think this has been a success regardless. And they're going to get shot out by Biel as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed. Gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? And he said the shot. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. DraftKings coming in too. Oh, look at that.
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down. A snake has continued.
To an extent, they're split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen G, and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once, but twice.
where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1. Now make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got Zero to deal with. It's a pig battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps right, he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Basically injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time for day 3 of PAS Americas Series. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be crazy because, Matt, only 3 spots are available.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be crazy. I don't remember the last time I've only seen a 3-team qualification, and especially on 5 games. This is going to be really ridiculous. Of course, whoever comes out with game number 1 is going to have great momentum, but with 5 games and only 3 spots, I don't even know if that's going to matter, because if anybody gets a repeat win, that's the real victory.
That's Matt. The other guy joining us for the broadcast today is going to be Gibson. Gibson going to bring us some blistering analysis of these teams because I think just like the rest of us, you probably know all of these players inside and out and have been watching them for years, right? Like every one of these players that are joining the roster today, everybody knows them, right?
Inside out. I could tell you what their parents do. I could tell you what they're studying in university, if they study in university. Like, I know everything. And like you said, 3 is the magic number. Look, the 3 amigos, day 3, 3 teams go through. Like, that number is just going to ring true all day long.
It is going to be a very important number. And so in a sec, we'll take you through all the things you need to know, leaderboards, where it stands right now. But there are 5 teams who will be taking the field of play because 5 teams advanced to that final yesterday. There are no more PGC points on the line in terms of what you can earn today. It is just a chance to make the final, which everything's reset. You got PGC points, options, you got all kinds of ways to get to the big show and to make that big money, but you got to get through a meat grinder. Matt, let's put in perspective as we kind of wait for those graphics to start running. So I'm selling meat grinder. Like, this is going to be chaotic and horrible. Is that a fair sell, or do you think this is going to be a little more laid back?
I don't know. I feel game 1, a lot of teams are probably going to be cautious because nobody wants to overextend and take an early out. Game 1's going to be about trying to set a pace for these squads. So unless we get like something crazy like a military-based circle, I would expect the first couple of circles to be pretty slow, pretty steady, but then it's going to slowly just mount after that.
It's going to slowly mount up, but what's not going to be slow is the amount of PUBG you get to watch this month, y'all, because this is just PAS. It's not even counting PEC, PVS, and everything else in between. We are here every single weekend. Playoffs now, finals later. Playoffs then, finals after that, as PAS looks to be a blistering pace. So the teams that don't get through today or struggle, it's not over for them. There's still plenty of PUBG to play, but that 3-day series coming up next weekend is going to be 15 games to get paid, which is a much, I think, fairer or what we're used to seeing than we are this weekend. So the players are going to be being a very classic PUBG there, while this weekend it has been a wild brawl in terms of PUBG. Keep rolling forward. It has been a brawl. I think early on we saw chaos across the board. I think maybe a few teams being passive, Gibson, on day 1 more than I would have liked, but part of that maybe because the big 5, the big boys, were in that lobby.
Yeah, teething problems for some of the teams, you know.
I like that.
Maybe awestruck too. Some of the players will be like, oh my god, Falcons are in the lobby. We got Liquid here too. But they kind of knew. Day 1 was a practice day, I think, for a lot of the teams on the right that came in the bottom 8. They were like, you know what? Let's practice. Let's get in. Day 2 and 3 is where we're going to really make a big step. But guess what? Day 2, we didn't see some of those teams make the jump. Like, we went in yesterday, all guns blazing, 3 confident fellas, like, you know what? Duel, They're going to make it through. Pest Control probably going to get over that line. Same with What It Takes and Fate. None of them did. South American teams shot out of the gun yesterday, and now there's only 3 spots left available.
3 spots.
And we could make a case for like 7 or 8 of these teams to get those 3 spots.
Okay, you brought them up. Let's talk about them. As we look at this, who is taking the field over there on the right side, you can see that the top 3 obviously go to the finals for those last 3 spots. It's duel die or die time, Matchroom. Do they do it? Because I thought they would yesterday, but we were kind of let down. I'm worried now.
I don't know. I don't even know if duel is inherently the favorite inside the lobby right now because of just the way everything's set.
Okay.
It kind of falls into whenever we look at Rent Free as well. They fall into that category. Pest Control, of course, we're talking about. But then we had like Chapinski's. They stepped up in a big way yesterday. They were right on the cusp position, regularly finding big successes. What It Takes is a great team. Collector has been very, very consistent as well. And now we add in squads like Dots, which is Shane Doe. And this is going to be a very intriguing set, as now we're going to get a new set where it's going to be a lot of newer faces finally entering the scene. Like most of these squads that are coming in today are going to be, I guess, up-and-comers and not necessarily meta followers, which is going to be its own inherent shakeup.
I like that. And let's keep rocking with those questions as you see the teams again who are playing today. And I'll go to you on this one, Gibson, because Matt said it. And as someone who was once a champion in Arena and a Raider early on, when I hear Dots, I get scared. All right. Now, do you think the lobby has to be scared of Dots the way that my mage used to be?
I think they'll be not too keen on them coming in. I actually think there's a couple of good teams coming into the lobby today.
Okay.
Dots obviously IGL'd by Shane Doe, one of the nicest people in the scene. You obviously Spectro's a very good player, the same as SKZ. I kind of like AKA. They're a team that, and when I see them in scrims and cups, like they only played, I think, in 1 cup. So that's why they're here on day 3. But Danshin and Lip 7 are 2 very good players. And I'll tell you how strong they are. Nanu, a player who we've seen in PS many, many times, is their sub. So that goes to tell you how good of a little team they're coming in. So don't sleep on them either.
So it looks like we are going to walk away with a few playoffs. I was wrong. There are some PGC points to claim here today. If you get first place, you'll get 3. It's kind of apropos to the way that people are transitioning into the finals. Then if you make the finals, you get paid pretty big if you make it to that top list over there. And that is important because when you come to the road to PGC, already not very many points on the board. A lot of teams will have that chance to get those wild card or those open spots after the PGS teams fall apart or fall off. And that is going to be, I think, the difference of 10 to 45 PGC points here earned at the local level. So really getting these numbers right now are going to be important. That's where it stands. Honestly, Matt, there's not much to say about where the PGC points stand at the moment. It's cool that these guys have something, but those numbers are going to have zeros behind them by the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, we look at some of these systems right now that are giving out like 200 points here and there. There is an accumulation that will happen, but just getting 16 off the start is just I guess a good staking point is the way to say it. But there is a world where we've seen a couple of points swing one way or the other. So I'm kind of with you. This is more just a update and eyes to the future as we're watching the way that this is all going to play out. Eyes for me are still just back onto a very intriguing lobby that we've got, because this is... I was kind of joking about it. I looked up everything on Liquipedia earlier just to have like everything off to the side. Duel is the only team that has like an official roster set up on Liquipedia right now. Everybody else is just got like the red marks next to them, but it's also a lot of players that have been part of the scene for a while. A lot of these teams do have at least 1 or 2 players that have been playing consistently, I would say, for like 4 or 5 years at this point. So there's a lot of different factors moving into this, as we've got new players, older players, and then it just comes down to, again, 5 games and then top 3. I can't figure this out whenever I'm throwing at it. I want to say that yes, squads like Pest Control, Duel should be doing well, but they should have done well yesterday. I don't think that there's a way to inherently deep dive analyze what we're looking at right now, because it's going to come down to a little bit of circle love, and it's also going to come up to who's got the better mental, who steps up at the right time and really clutches out, or just does some crazy dad buff survival thing where he tries to crawl to a car. I don't know.
Right? It could be Zimmer Peaks, could be dad buffs, who knows? And I think we talked about it a little bit before the show today, that it's the idea of, we've all worked some big tournaments. I've done an analysis for PUBG for almost a decade at this point. And you watch this list of players, some who you know and many who you don't, and you go, I don't know how to analyze this. Not that I don't know how to analyze the game, but we don't have enough empirical data or experience with a lot of these players to say this is how they're going to do in this lobby. And even the ones that we do, Gibson, the Shane Does that we've been watching forever in pubs as well as here, I still don't have empirical data to say what the other teams are going to do to these guys. You said starstruck a little while ago, and I think that is a reality when it comes to especially late-stage cup games. Some of these guys are like, oh my gosh, this is the first time I get to really go out there and show off against some of these dudes, right? Like, you play all night hoping to get into a streamer's lobby so you can flex a little bit. Here, you're there.
Yep, you are. And the positive, though, is those big dogs are gone. They're already through. So you're going into today, and this is as close to the Cups lobby as you're going to get. So really put in a good performance tonight. You speak about Shane, though, let's give him credit. I think his IGLing has improved significantly over the course of the last year and a half. Like, this is a guy who was a streamer who started casting scrims like a year and a half ago, and now all of a sudden he's IGLing teams into like this phase of PAS. That's a nice glow up, but he's got to go up against Duel. Everybody knows the 4 players on Duel. Everybody knows everyone in Rent Free. Same with Pest Control. You might not have as much awe for them as you might have for like the guys on Falcons or Copenhagen Wolves, but you're still going to change your mind on a fight if you see names light up in the kill feed of players that you know and you know how talented they are.
How big impact do you think that has when you bring up this idea? I love the premise of it, seeing the kill feed. We know everyone reads it. We talked about that in a few interviews already. But do you feel like that affects fights, Gibson, that you see the thing pop up on the screen, you see that, and you maybe choose not to take a fight because of the kill feed?
100% it does, right? Yeah. If you see a team fighting to your north, right, and say, for example, now in this lobby today, it's Rent Free, and they've got 2-3 kills onto somebody like Tempest, you're not going to third party that one unless you're sure you can win. You might decide, you know what, we'll let them fight, we'll leapfrog them into the circle and take that fight on our own terms. And you hear about some players before, like you'll even hear in comms when you go to international events, they'll say, oh, that's Team X, I don't like that fight, let's go somewhere else. And it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that attitude at all. In fact, I'd rather have more teams think that way. Like, yeah, I think we're as good as them, but I think they're in a better position right now. So we'll take that fight later on our own terms, rather than pressing the issue now whenever we think they might be a little bit distracted.
It's such a difficult position to sort of talk out, though, especially as the players, because Matt, let's use fantasy as example, because this is sort of a microcosm of that, right? Like when we talk about fantasy at the big leagues, and I talk to a player behind the scenes, and I go, "Are you on your own roster?" and they say no. I don't know about that, right? Like if you are at that level, you should believe in yourself being the best in the world. Do they get a pass, right? Because, like, basically what Gibson's describing, which I think is absolutely correct, is you saying, maybe I'm not good enough to take that fight. And I don't know, is that a mentality you think is going to get you out of PAS into the next step?
I mean, it's variable, right? I think it depends on the player and the team. Some teams are still just going to play mechanically and think that they can outplay everybody. Specifically, like, I won't name names, but I think that there are several players that think that they can outplay everybody inside this lobby and not going to have as much fear regarding it. Now, some of the, I guess, newer squads might benefit from not having fear at all because the fact that they've played against these guys enough that it's kind of stabilized. Like, for every great player that exists, there are weaknesses to them. And most of these players are going to be trying to put themselves in situations where they can do that. Or as the tried and true system that everybody says that they do. Oh, we just play our game. We don't pay attention to the kill feed really other than tracking who's alive in each squad. And like, that doesn't differentiate our choices. That's said a lot. But in some cases, there are mechanical monsters you don't want to go against. And instead, you want to play them into different positions to where you can play off of it, like what Gibson was talking about. I don't know if in this lobby, there's going to be anybody that inherently runs from a fight or avoids a fight, though, because I think whenever we look at this lobby, everybody thinks that they've got a chance. And I think that that's going to play into the mindset. Everybody thinks that they can take everybody else in this lobby.
I like that. As we look at the highlights, we saw a really nice spray by a couple of big players there. And like you said, the big dogs are out. So we've talked a little bit as we look at this leaderboard from yesterday about micro decisions, right? The idea of, do you push the fight? Do you see yourself as better? Let's talk about overall strategy, especially when it comes to today. Gibson, let's launch with this idea of game one. Only 5 matches, only 3 teams advance. If we go over the historical data of how the last couple of days have gone, does the top 3 teams have to have, what do they have to do in the first game or two? Does it matter as much as I think it does in terms of getting that lead? Because I'm a little worried. It seems like our top 3 have been our top 3. You know what I mean?
It definitely matters. And I want to take game 1, I think, yesterday as a perfect example on Erangel.
Okay.
Do you remember when Tempest had the mini Potch compound? And they sat and they waited and they waited and they waited and nobody really came their way. Yeah, everybody else went to Pachinki and around the outskirts, and they didn't get a lot of points despite having such a good position for so long. I think tonight, when you have a good position, you actually have to play a little bit more aggressive. I don't think that you can sit and wait and play it by ear and qualify. You've got to get good positioning, and you've got to be active for most of the games. Hiding your way, you're not going to hide your way through this lobby.
What do you think about that, Matt?
I mean, I agree. I don't think that placement points are going to be enough to get you into the top 3. You can probably get into a top 8 in that style of situation. But that said, if you do find yourself with some circle love and a strong compound, I wouldn't necessarily say chase it at this point. Right. If you're going to continue try to play for a victory, even if it's a 3-kill win, those 10 points for getting the win is great, because then the next game you can try to get the kills in it, or you can try to do something else like that. I don't think that anybody's going to be trying to overplay their hand a bit. But I won't be surprised if there's several teams, I would say, I don't know, probably about 13 of them today, that are probably going to be looking back, wishing that they gotten an extra kill or 2 here. But I don't know.
Well, I think if you go back, so like yesterday, we talked about making the top 5, and I think Gibson brought up that sort of point per game average required to make the cutoff of 5 from the previous day. It went from the first day, which was, we thought about 6, to like 8 is where you needed to be if you wanted to make that top 5. That goes up again today, and we're looking at somewhere in the ballpark of a minute with more action.
Pagan Wolves got 62 points in first place. Our third place was Athletes of Christ at 48. But if we look all the way to the bottom, Pest Control only got 7 in 16th place. Moving on to day 2, the top was only 53, our third place position moved to 42, and our lowest team Collector was at 15. So it's like, as we're kind of shifting down the lobbies, the point systems kind of neutralize a bit more, which could make this a lot crazier. I don't know where our final cut could be. I'm assuming it's going to be around 40-ish points, but it also does mean the fact that we could end up with a very close race around that third place position.
I gotta ask, why, as we watch this drop break out, why does one get to have Pachinki? Nobody seems to contest them, Gibson. What'd they do? Who'd they pay?
I don't know, but I liked it. They probably had a little chat. They probably realized that a lot of these teams aren't going to drop there, so they says, hey, if you're not going to put your name down on that list, we are. Oh my God. He was what? 3 inches from safety there. He had 1 foot in the door and then dancing. I said look out for AKA today. AKA, well, they were looking out for last breath early. But yeah, I just think it's a lot of teams yesterday didn't drop in Pachinki. They probably picked the same drop spots, and well, Dream One were like, hey, you're not going to take it, We are.
So we have the big dogs join the lobby. Dots only in for today, Matchroom. Are you expecting big things out of these guys?
Oh, I expect something to happen around him. This is going to be a very chaotic start to the day. Remember I was talking about going into it like, oh, people are going to kind of play it a little bit passive. Unless we get a military base circle, and guess what? Right off the get-go, that's kind of what we're looking at. Not confirmed yet, but the only two teams that we've got on it at the direct time are going to be Nevermind as well as What It Takes. Playing on the externals around this, Dots has already gotten control of the ferry position, so this could be pretty interesting for them. Let's listen in.
For these 5 games to just play the game that's in front of us. Because it's such a short amount of games, we do not want to like freak out and overanalyze the situation. We just want to just play the games in front of us and just maximize every single game. So if we get a good circle, we play our prio. If we get a bad circle, we go for kills. Simple as that. So I would say getting a top 3 finish, you want to try to win at least one game. It's a huge boost in your points and also a huge boost in your confidence. So I'd say the goal is to either just have a crazy game and fight our way to a chicken dinner, or, you know, like catch 8, 9 circles. Wouldn't mind that at all. So our team, we have obviously a lot of firepower, and we actually just switched roles recently. I was IGLing for a while, and one of the teammates, Sky, he actually just recently took over in IGLing. So I think with him taking over, I think we have this newfound confidence, and I'm really excited to see what we can do and get that top 3.
Kicking it off Navy style as Dots make their way over towards Military Base Island. Several rotates already happening with Injected. We also have Rent Free on the tail end of Injected right now. Bizzler on the idea trying to get some points, but he takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, the drive-by Jam's going to hop into the meat seat now as he fires back towards Choppy, and I think Choppy's going to keep on going. Jam jumps on out, and him and Gats combine. Down falls a Stokely, and it's not Oakley-dokley for them. Choppy will keep on going, and Gats will keep trying to target that extra point, but for Rent Free, it's an early point and maybe more to come as they continue to cross that bridge, Matt.
Injected has actually gone over to the western section with Flushy. That's put him close to Dots. That's its own problem. So Injected tried to go for an early rotate, and now they're finding themselves just in the thick of a bad situation. Looks like they might be trying to claim somewhere around Crossroads to try to stop off, but Rent Free has slowed down their pacing. They're not necessarily going to go for a bridge camp to the north, I wouldn't be surprised on. Instead, it's going to be kind of slowing it down. Chapinski's also grabbed a boat over into the east. Injected looks like they're safe for the time being, but we still have approximately 5-6 squads that still need to rotate, try to get onto military, or just play that northern area of the main island.
And I think for a lot of these teams too, you really got to kick things off the right way. And I watched a little bit of EMEA earlier, and I think it's really hard to do a direct comparison between the regions because Vitality were somehow playing today, and they dominated the stage. They got 64 points in 5 maps, Matt. But that meant that the third place cutoff in EMEA was 38 points. I think it'll be a little bit higher here in North America because we don't really have a Vitality that should get that much. But 2 of the 3 teams that qualified got 6 or more points in the very first game of the day. So it just goes to show how important it is to get a good start here.
Yeah, it's intriguing whenever I'm looking at the math on it. Everybody that's managed to pick up a win has managed to qualify so far, but with only 3 going forward, that might not be enough. I mean, you're going to have to be able to stack several things together. It makes it to where the consistency in play is so much more vital, and these are squads that I'm not trying to be mean to, have been kind of struggling with that. That's the main difference whenever you look at the squads that qualified on day 1 versus what qualified potentially on day 3. It's the consistency problem. And if there's one team that's driving me insane because of their consistency right now, it's this one. I am so confused by Pest Control. I feel like they should be able to get a ton of kills today, though.
They just need to find the Adents, because they've already got Conf, right? So if they put the 2 of those together, they can really get this lobby going for them. Joshy, Hot and Spicy, K-Mine, Conf. So much talent on the team, but you're right. There just hasn't been consistency all the way through. Their best game yesterday was probably their last one, Matt, where it came down to Joshy getting a top 3, but again, it was a solo player just surviving at the end.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about it. Whenever you come in, and K-Mine being a pro player a while ago, the meta changes and it evolves, and we're in a much snappier meta than whenever K-Mine was originally playing. It was a lot more of the, what's the old saying? It's like, oh, you have like a 33% chance of losing the game if you lose a player within like the first 2 circles or something. Like, there was a stat that was thrown around a lot, and that was true at the time. Now it's much more aggressive. We've got the res beacons. We've got a lot of other stuff that's going to be going on. So there's a modification in mindset that has to happen on top of adjusting into new players, new rotation styles, a lot of different factors that these teams kind of have to interpret. As you can see that maybe Rent Free is going for a bit of a bridge camp. They're holding back Tempest right now, which has kind of caused a problem for Pest Control.
Yeah, and Pest Control with the position that they have as well, they've got to make something work, right? Looking at it on the map, they're on their way into the zone. They could probably run into Rent Free, who've set up on that bridge camp. Tempest are there too, Matt. And you cross the bridge, don't be surprised if somebody like Injected are going to camp the other side too. So this is going to be interesting to see how this next like 5 to 10 minutes pass out with all these teams that still need to make landfall on the island.
This is intriguing. And yes, we're probably going to Military Base Island, but it's not 1,000% confirmed yet. So there is a gamble world where trying to hold down the bridge can give you a lot, but also going for an early preparatory position on the military base gives you comfort in the fact that if you're playing the math right, you're going to be in a much better stage for the later sections of this game. Collector is going to be coming in around the airport section of this one, and this is intriguing. They're wanting to try to scout out what's going on inside of military base proper, specifically around the AT tower, stuff like that. This is an intriguing approach because more often than not, teams kind of rotate in directly from the north. Bold send it. This longer wrap will give them a lot more confidence in how they're wanting to play it.
Yeah, and I think that I like the position they're playing too. I think that maybe going a little bit closer to that radio tower and having someone play that position isn't the worst idea in the world. This is a team that I actually like them, right? Now, do I think they'll qualify? I wouldn't go as far as saying that, but you know, players like Red Rider for Earth, back when I got started, those are the guys that I were casting in the lower divisions, right?
Bizzler's got goals, man. Did you hear? He's like, reload. Tick, 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 tick. He was trying to get that shot off. He wanted it. Oh, goes for a little bit of a peek over, but everybody in the north right now in Tempest and Fate should have an idea. Intriguingly enough, Pest did leave K-Mine behind, and as well as one of their other players. So there's 2 for Pest Control. They're playing over next to Milta, and 2 that have now crossed over onto the main island, kind of hedging their bets.
Lost from Nevermind as well. He's got great lines of sight in this position, a spot that you see quite often teams maybe airdropping in on top of, but from what I can see on the map, Matt, nobody is electing to take to the skies just yet. I'm looking elsewhere as well on the other side. AKA are going to be coming to the bridge roughly the same time as Last Breath, but Last Breath might just be waiting for that ferry.
This is one of those circles you do not use an emergency pickup yet. You don't know how it's going to go. You don't want to make a commitment to jump into somewhere and then have to immediately jump back out. The circle is going to pop, and it shows itself going down to Military Base Island. Instantaneously, Rent Free has decided the bridge camp is done. They're going to push down next to Crossroads. Pest Control's duo is going to be over there roughly the same time. I don't know if Rent Free has this as an expected point of egress, but it's going to be intriguing to see how they handle it. Only 2 players, though. Fate and Tempest look like they might be eyeing a bit of a path back behind this. Maybe even Tempest going for a full wrap over to the west.
Pest Control with a 2-2 split as well. Could be dangerous for them as they hold that bridge camp. You can see Joshy send some shots off. They don't get any kills off the back of it, but I'm not mad, because if you got a knock there and all of a sudden Rent Free decide to pull up to save their player and take on that fight, you're outnumbered. So I'm not actually that mad about Pest Control not getting a knock there, Matt.
Oh, no. If anything, Pest Control is just trying to secure position, get some information. Now let's see how the wrap comes through, because the way that Fate is playing, they've left the northern section. They're going to be going west, where Tempest is going to be at. We have Last Breath that's playing next to Ferry Pier. So it looks like they're probably waiting on that. It means that the western bridge is now going to be open. Actually, emergency pickup now called by Last Breath. This does also put Nevermind in a very strong position. They're going to have a lot of control on this high ground as long as the circle stays on it. We've often seen a circle pop away from this point spell the doom of the squad just because you've pissed off everybody so much because you have so much vision.
Yeah, and they can play this position for so long. The only fear I have is they're a little bit split. They're trying to hold quite a bit. They've got one player down by the warehouses, and then everybody else is up at top. And Linguina is even extending a little bit further north down the hill as well. Last Breath they will take to the sky, and question is, where are they going to go? Honestly, they don't have the benefit of what we have, which is the map and the viewers knowing where's free and where's not. I like the idea of getting off this plane really late by the road and maybe trying to find a vehicle, because the biggest risk for me with e-pickups is sometimes if you don't land where there's a default spawn or a vehicle, you can really inhibit your chances of winning later on in the game.
Looking out and across, we've got an interesting situation as the drop could be coming out any moment here. Now the way that's set, looks like the pull did happen. They're going to be going for a little bit of a recess. They're going to actually pull and go back. So Last Breath, not going for the longer drop all the way across like you were talking about. I think that they're a bit afraid of the fact that there could be like a lack of cars over there and a couple of hard shifts. It is the smartest and safest call to go all the way across. Instead, it looks like Last Breath has found somewhere that they want to hide at. And Fade has managed to get right along this shimmy with the red zone. And looks like they've got themselves a path in as well.
Yeah, Collector, they're moving a little bit deeper inside a million. I think they might have just gotten a bit of a reward for it as well. That shift, centering up on the rent-free, that little hospital position that they find themselves in with a 2-2 split. Looking further north, the hills above the military base itself could become a point of contention for a lot of teams. Duel, dots, injected, pest control, what it takes, all migrating that way. As it looks like Chupinski's, you spoke about them yesterday as being a team that really impressed you. Couple of kills on the board nice and early for them, and you're going to need that. You need to be getting points every single game tonight if you want to make top 3.
This is going to be intriguing to see how they play around this area, though. This is a kind of a salvage position to be played. It is good in the circle, no doubts on that. But it's a bit desperate early because you can end up with a lot of people on top of you if you're not careful. Last Breath, most notably, sees a buggy and they're like, oh, I wish it was right setup. We could totally take that, but does let them know that somebody's going to be playing position over there. A lot of squads now playing very southern, much closer to the airport, not necessarily sticking to the hills. We often see that these circles either pull down next to the fence line along the airport itself, or they go up next to the hillsides that are going to be to the northern section of this circle. Dot's going to be comfortable over there, and Chapinski is going to be kind of centered up on the southern section of it. And here's the problems whenever you go for the bunkers early. Danny's got a goal.
Yeah, Danny's going to walk on in, and there's a trap set. There's a 3-way cross being held. He falls. The second one was down as well, and AKA, who got the kill on the Last Breath early, are going to get 3 more members of that team. So 4 kills for them. Funny enough, all 4 kills onto the same team, but because of the recall, they're not go down and out just yet here, Matt.
I'm utterly intrigued by, like, there was the flipped over glider and the car, and I know that there is an advantage in TPP in playing that, but Last Breath should have expected something whenever they at least saw the glider in that point. And that just kind of walked into the wrong neighborhood at the wrong time, but well played for AKA. You were hyping them up and the capabilities they've got. Well, 4 kills at the start of this one's going to feel really good.
I think that he maybe did. You know, I see a glider on its side in there. I'm going, right, there's a team here. I think that his brain just didn't register the fact that it was a glider on its side. And he was like, what's going on in here? I'm going to check around the corner. Maybe there's a solo player.
That's the thing, is 3 people did it. Like, one person stepping in there and getting I can kind of get it, but I guess it was just due to the harassment angles externally. I think that Chapinski's might have had some vision on it, and that's why they were pushing. FN might have as well. I didn't see a lot of popping off at their direction, but that was kind of an intriguing situation that I guess it might just be a learning situation going from FPP to TPP.
You're forgetting about something important, though. We didn't compliment the incredible glider skills to actually park a glider on its side in a hangar.
Not parked properly. You want my respect, you park it inside the hangar the way it's supposed to be, so that way you can take it back out if you want.
I think you get more gliders than parking them that way. You might not get them out, but you would definitely fit more gliders on their side than if you try to fly them in there normally.
The circle is popped and it's gone kind of halvesies. It does keep in kind of that external wall around the southern area of military base, but also keeps in kind of the a general's mansion, governor's mansion, whatever you want to call it over there. Dots now is going to have a ton of friends up here to the north. Going to spot out one. Shane Doe gets down Hooligan early. Tempest in a lot of trouble on this hillside. Does manage to slow back down the pace, but look on top. Dot's already going to step down. Good shots, but here comes Injected externally from this one. It's going to be Bolivia getting some vision on this, and everybody's jumping a duel. Now realizing that they can backstab on this, and Dots find themselves in the middle of a massive firefight.
There's a few dots or dashes beside those dots as they're standing up an SOS now to try get some help. They are getting harassed from everywhere, Matt. Another player falls in skies. The IGL is the last player standing. Duel hunting them down. Wooly will probably go for the drive-by alongside Kane. They know roughly where he is and they take him down. Dots will be your first team to fall in game number 1, and Duel move their way up to joint top of the leaderboard alongside AKA. But look at the minimap. Do you see how many, speaking of dots, look at how many dots of players there are in that one section.
Yeah, just a absolute spattering of squads right now. Duel playing it slower and steadier. Just trying to get a beat on this and go, okay, how many guys are actually over here? Bolivia is going to take a knock, and that's just down to 2 for them right now. Injected on the other side of this, Simplicity realizing they're the new threat. They're just going to get run over, and Duel is absolutely feasting on this right now. They have timed this so well, and they're doing damage to all of these squads. They're going to end up with a decent path into the circle on top of it, and they could even stay out here and continue just to kind of take down all these rats that are going to be chasing it afterwards.
Kamba now just fighting an uphill battle as well as the rest of these teams start to congress on top of I Am Bolivia. Penta goes for the other rundown. Kane peeks up over with the distraction, manages to get the knock onto Kamba. Sharp shot will confirm a kill as well. There's one player left. He's going to fall. And Penta didn't even have to run anybody over there. Just by driving through them, he provided enough of a distraction for the rest of Duel to actually take the fight to I Am Bolivia.
Oh my, 9 kills for Duel already, and now they've got to path their way into an interesting spot. Collector, though, finds themselves with a lot of friends, and it's going to be one right on top of them. Dream's going to be kind of the point man close enough to it, but you can see 4Earth's going to try to extricate himself out of point. Couple of smokes that are coming down. They don't really like the way this is going to be set. Other side of Collector's having to deal with Wit, who's got an adventure that's sneak attacks, decided to come in and kind of mess with Red Rider a bit. So this is now another collapse happening in just a, I guess, an old school firefight location. We don't see this building a lot of attention in the meta nowadays, but with the way that the circle is set, this is a very intriguing firefight location.
I had many a gunfight here in the early days of PUBG on Hot Drops and Millie Island, but for Collector, they've got to make their way out, and they should get Red Rider back on his feet with the members of What It Takes pushing in. And there was a lot of talk yesterday about parents who support their players. Red Rider, every single time he plays in competition, his parents are always watching and supporting as well. So shout out to all the PUBG parents who support their players at whatever level they are going to play in. But do you see what's happened? What It Takes, instead of taking the fight, are leapfrogging them in to hold out Collector rather than fighting on the edge.
Yeah, a lot of big movement factors as we moved over to the bunkers, keeping pest control very centered in the circle. Collector now has to deal with Wit that's got ahead of them like you're talking about. Chapinski's also going to get one of those bunkers under control. You can see in the mini-map. One now going to also be gate capped out. Thing about it, in the way that this is playing, though, Wit has had to go for those oil derricks that are entirely round. They don't feel too strong, and this is going to be what's going on over into the east. You can see it is going to be 4-0 up on top, trying to keep control over this, while Nevermind's having to leave that high ground position and radio tower that they've been playing for a while. They do have some good sight lines on everything else in the circle, but not onto 4-0.
4-0. They're one of the teams joining us for the first time tonight as well. They find themselves in a good spot on the edge of the zone, and Chupinski's, well, for now, this bunker is just about inside. They will have to leave. They have 2 Datsias, 3 Datsias that they can use to get on the move whenever push comes to shove. But remember, if they decide to bunker hop, they will eventually run into AKA, who've got 4 kills already. But jumping back in, Dream 1 for nothing. Sweezy steps on up, gets himself the first, and there's an angle on the other side. Dream 1 could be in a ton of trouble here, but For Nothing play the cards right, and what a cross for Nothing. Murillo, another mat, and this is such a good hold from the side.
Cleanly played, not too much else that you can really say about it. Collector's going for an aggressive push at the same time, right onto Chapinski's. Nades are going to be prepped. Oracle's just going to drop it right on top of him. How well timed is it? Is it at least going to get a knock or some damage? Turu's got it on the other side, and Oracle just runs down right into their face. Collector gets demolished over here, but it is going to come at a cost. Oracle goes down.
Yeah, and with Chupinski's now losing one and another player being knocked, does somebody think this is a good opportunity to go and push in and get some extra points? Well, What It Takes look like they certainly do. They're seeing everybody else put up big kill numbers, so they know that they need to get involved in the action. Tururu, he's going to get the nade ready. Tosses it, finds a little bit of damage, but inside the smoke, Gabuto will try to get his Oracle back up and play. Marcis gets the off angle with the Groza mat, and, well, Chupinski's are being put to the sword by What It Takes.
Just a good shift into high ground. Tururu trying to hold it together, but at least going to be able to make it problematic for Marcis, as the Molotov probably going to take him down. Safe for the time being, though. There's a couple movements in AKA. It's going to be pretty close, taking over another bunker. What It Takes, though, starting to get vision on the center team in pest control. Duel's now going to have to make a bit more of a movement as the new circle does pop. Pest control stays centered on it. Rent-free, Duel, and pest control all in the hillsides. And then it's going to be the bunker battles down to the south.
Remember what we spoke about earlier? Teams getting really good positions, but needing more than placement points. If you look at that leaderboard as things stand, So many teams are up at, 4, 5, 6+ kills already inside game number 1. Duel, though, really close to pest control. Rent Free, not too far away either, over by the infirmary. But for nothing, with 6 kills on the board, they've definitely got their eyes onto Nevermind now. And you know that if they get the opportunity to push in based on what we've seen already, they're going to bring the fight to Nevermind.
They don't have really too much of a choice. They're going to have to deal with this squad just due to the fact that the hillside drops down into near on nothing. These two teams have to deal with each other before they can make any move, at least to some safety in the walls that are going to be external, that kind of wraps back around next to the rope. That's about the only form of cover that's going to be found over here, trying to get into the circle for both of these teams. Become a bit of a game of chicken, but it does look like 4-0 is going to be the first one to bite, try to get to the wall, and I think that AKA is actually going to take some shots. No, actually, 4-0 runs all the way in and gets right on top of AKA at the exact same time. Wit pops on the other side of it. Lip, though, does a great job on holding the line.
A lot of damage was dealt to Morns and Lucid as well, and they went down to the blue as they tried to transition their way in. So Sneak Attack, the only member of What It Takes left standing. Danshin will be rezzed on the other side by Dark Castle, but Sneak Attack will try to do their very best. Actually, no, not going for that res just yet. I thought he was a little bit closer, but Lip and Dark will need to try hold back Sneak. 4 kills for What It Takes, but again, look at the kill feed, Matt. 9, 7, 5, 6, 4. Tons of teams benefiting in game number 1.
Violence paying off in a big way right now. Sneak Attack trying his best to be sneaky, but they know exactly where he is. Duel's going to hit that 10-point mark and keep on pushing it up. Sneak Attack trying to prep up a nade, hoping that one of these can connect. There is some friends on the external side of this and 4-0, but there's no clean sight line for them to get any extra shots on it. AKA is just playing it slow. They don't have a need to make a move. All pressure is going to be on to Sneak Attack. External movements, Duel's going to be getting a little bit closer to pest control, and that's about it. Everything's kind of coming down to this, and oh, Sneak Attack. He has an idea.
Oh, the Panzer, that could be trouble. Fires off the first one, tries to confirm the kill, got his one, but taken down. You know what? He got his. He's also ruined AKA's chances as they just have one player left, but Dark Castle with a kill on the board. 6 for AK. Not the worst start in the world here, Matt, but at some point it's got to kick off. Duel, Pest Control, and Rent Free are all up here in the north, and I think Rent 3 are in a spot of bother here.
Well, this is intriguing because Duel has this hillside that they can play for right now that has some vulnerabilities. The way that the circle's popped, Pest Control doesn't have to do anything. They are kings of the mountain right now. They've got a great sight line on everything that's going to be going down in the north, or the south, I'm sorry. So really, it's just going to be 4-0. That's going to be our, I guess, strongest squad right now that has to figure out a way to push into the circle. Duel doesn't have to make too much of a move. The way that they're playing over into the east, that does give Rent Free a little bit of control over there to move out, but that's going to be kind of a slip down the hillside that Pest Control is doing a good job on keeping controlled angles onto. So Rent Free can maybe wrap to the north, come after this, but I don't know. Really, it's just going to come down to the timings because there is a world where 4-0 moves, that makes Rent Free move, and that makes a whole different set of situations. No, leave Blazer alone. He's just hiding over there. He's been chilling for so long. He just wants to live his best life.
Yeah, that'll be the end of Last Breath. 5 teams left alive as Duel get another 14 points so far. 11 kills on the board, and potentially more still to come. And they've got the BRDM as well, so whenever they need to push up towards Pest Control, they've got that armored vehicle that can provide that extra bit of control on the push. Rent Free has moved in a little bit, but Pest Control solely have their eyes focused on the south. For nothing, and AKA have got one of the toughest rotates you could possibly make ahead of them, and Jimu's going to be the first one to make move, and he's going to get taken down by Penta.
That's just going to be how this goes. If you play over into the eastern side of it, you're going to have to deal with Duel as well as Pest Control both. You can kind of see that the terrain that Rent Free is working with right now, they're trying to get smokes out. The Doritos weren't too helpful, but they don't have to go far. They just have to get a little bit further in. They were kind of hoping that somebody coming out of military base would be a big enough distraction, but not really going to be the case for them. Slow, steady creep up is going on right now as poor old Castle is going to find himself not too defended inside of his castle. That little fortification is going to be a problem. It can collect some explosives, but he's doing a good job on surviving for now.
Uh-oh.
Now
Yeah.
the Molotov's probably going to be enough. Does he have the timings on the meds right?
Yeah, he does.
That extra little bit of damage at the start, set it proper.
Bit of a siege on the castle. I bet he wishes he could lift that
big
drawbridge, though. Joshy, he's going to drop down to 43 HP. As you can see now, Pest Control getting the fight brought to them by Duel. Duel will lose Kane. K-Mine's great nade on the sharp shot. Picks Tool into a very tricky spot now. Sweezy's going to make the move. Sprints around the corner. Hip fires his way. And he eventually... Well, actually, he fell. Everybody fell. And it's Pest Control Duel. And Rent Free is your final 3.
Duel's taking a lot of damage over here. Sharp shot down. The RDM not doing enough for him, and it's just going to be full retreat. Pest Control finding 5 kills on top of this, but still has to deal with the VRDM. There's still also focus from Pest Control back over to Rent Free. They know that they can't surrender that angle and have to keep them up against the blue zone. It's just throwing as many bullets as you can against this BRDM to try to blow it up. Other side of this, though, a couple of shots going over into Rent Free. Bizzler's going to have to find some angle around this tree, and Hot and Spicy's just got him on lock.
One bad shot, though, the other way. Hot and Spicy's helmet ain't in a great place, and suddenly things turn around. Duel bringing the fight up to K-Mind, and suddenly this ain't looking as breezy for Pest Control as it once was. 13 kills now for Duel, 18 points. So this has been a fantastic game regardless of what happens next. Conf, he'll find the knock on to Bizzler, though, as Pest Control are fighting on both fronts, and somehow they're still winning.
The way that the terrain is set, they have to fortify both sides. It's 3 players for Pest Control up against Duel right now. Conf being the solo left back to deal with Rent Free. Up on top of all of it, Joshy just trying to wait for the moment that we can see Pest Control play around this. But the BRDM is actually moving away. This is a great counter move. Instead of just continuing to brute force this angle, try to see if you can slip around it. Can't seem likely he can find anything to work around. Instead, now going to have to come back over and regroup. It feels like Duel just can't figure out how they want to get up this hillside and deal with Pest Control. Other side of it, though, Bizzler's putting in the work. Conf goes down.
Pest Control down to just 2 players up. It's a 2v1v1, so this is suddenly winnable for every team in the lobby. 6 kills for Pest Control, 2 for Rent Free, and it looks like the res has been pulled off, so Rent Free back up to a 2. Wooly confirmed now. And now this is a big one. What is going to happen? Do Rent Free bring the fight to Pest Control, and can Duel take advantage of it? Or are Duel just going to find themselves the meat filling in this sandwich and the next to go down? I think Penta's doing the right thing. He's in the BRDM and he's just hogging that ridge.
So we are in circle number 9. Everything is going to come down to the center point that Pest Control plays. And look at how vertical it is over here. Hot and Spicy now has to deal with what's going on with Rent Free on one side of it. Duel playing the lower section. Joshy doesn't really like the way that this is set. Instead, retreat back over, pick up the meds that were kind of, I guess, pre-prepped and waiting for the moment that this is now going to go down. Rent Free has the easiest path, but looks like they're actually going to backstab and start going after Duel. This works out exactly the way that Pest Control wants it. They can now step in right back behind all of this.
Joshy took a ton of damage there as well. The BRDM, I think, has just blown up, so now Penta is going to be forced to go on his feet from this point on, and you can see it. Jam has got the FAMAS at the ready, but Matt, no helmet. And you know in the late game with the way these players shoot, having no helmet is a death sentence in and of itself.
Everything's about the peaks right now. Trying to set up, figure out the exact way. Can't get the information right now the way he wants to. Bizzler's just trying to see if he can spot anybody. Opposing side of it, though, Pest Control is recessed away, playing this slow, backs up against the blue zone, gave away the center dot. They did not like the approach that Rent Free would give them. That means that Pentalol has an easy angle onto it if he's not very careful over here. He has to walk up. He's just playing this slow. High side of the hill does lean to Pentalol's side of it, but you can see the way that this is set, it's just juking between. Smokes are starting to come down, and that's going to set the pacing for everything to come. There is near on no vision. It's all going to be onto footsteps and counter moving around everyone.
Penta is just begging that these 2 teams will fight first, but not going to go the way he would ideally like it to. He can use the smokes, though, that have been deployed by Pest Control. It's the cover he needs, and he makes a dash for center.
Joshy heard it.
That smoke's got about 20 or 30 seconds, but yeah, Joshy knows, but Penta's deployed the shield, but Jam is on the way, pushing up the other side. Penta, you need to look the other way, because Jam will see you in a few seconds, and Matt, the gunfire kicks off.
Jam already heard the footsteps on it, keeps hearing the deployment, goes for the shots. Duel does get eliminated. Big game for them as far as kills go. Rent Free one side of it, Pest Control on the other. Peaks on the top of the hillside. We are coming down to the nitty-gritty tail end of a couple of peaks. Jam goes down. Hot and Spicy gets one. Bizzler gets one on the other side, and Rent Free manages to pick it up on the high ground. 5 kills. Big game for them.
Not a big win of points-wise, but it's a win nonetheless. 15 points, 19 for Duel, and I think I saw 12 points in there as well for Pest Control. But Toffees, talk about teams kicking things off the right way. A lot of double-digit teams already.
A lot of double-digit teams and teams that I think we expected to be in the double digits. It's not lost on me that of the top 4, 3 of them were teams that we expected or were shocked to see here struggling on the last day, right? Like, these are guys who we have good roster status, they're going to make good plays, and they stepped up and got those points. What I was most impressed with in that one, besides the final fight, which was very, like, chess-oriented, Matt, was our 4th team. What is it? FN for Nothing was in there, and they, I think, were one of those teams that just joined. They needed to make some plays early. They're not a very well-known roster, and to come out and get top 4 in game 1 here has to be really good for confidence.
Yeah, and they also didn't have the easiest of paths. Remember that they were kind of playing over there next to Radio Tower. They had to deal with everybody that was, I believe it was Nevermind that was coming down from that. I mean, that's just a stellar start for them, specifically coming in as cold as they are. But I also do have to say, Duel played that ridiculously well, reading that 5-way firefight and then just jumping in the backside and just ripping apart dots, getting them out of the lobby early. You can see a lot of these squads came out with like goose eggs or 1 or 2 points, and it is a very feast or famine lobby right now.
Yeah, Duel goes ahead and puts away 14 points. So this leaderboard is also your overall leaderboard, as we're only playing 5 matches today. The first one is done and dusted. Duel comes away with an insane lead out. If we talked about the averages, the goal of getting an average per game of around 9 or 10, Gibson, I would say that Duel has pretty much padded their stats already.
They've bought themselves the ability to have one bad map. 19 points in the first game gives you a little bit of credit in the bank, but not a lot. Like, when you consider 5 teams got into the double digits in game number 1, it goes to show how heated this is going to be. And let's be real, when you look at the 5 teams up there, I think all 3 of us are in agreement. They're teams we would expect to be there.
Yep, exactly. And that's what I wanted to see today. We wanted to see the teams that maybe had a little bit of a patina on them, that got a little bit of a slow start, step up and make their moves. This is the closest list we have to what a cup lobby would have looked like, Matt. So this is the most functional opportunity for them to make those moves. The problem is, it's not just those 3 teams at the top who are teams that I think could qualify, right? Like, there's going to be a couple more who are like, hold on a second, you're not the big 3 as far as I'm concerned.
Well, going for a military-based game off the start meant the fact that a lot of our teams ended up in that big firefight that we saw that Duel was the beneficiary of. But we also did see bridge camps, a couple of other things like that. So early game falters are going to feel bad in that game, but not necessarily unwritable with still 4 going on. I think that a lot of our stronger squads, specifically like when we were hyping in Dots, that's just making its first appearance today, kind of got caught in the thick of it and wasn't expecting that fight to get that aggressive that quickly. I don't think that I can remember the last time we saw, even on a military-based game, 6 teams fighting over that hillside so fast.
It felt like it sort of fell apart. Like, you know, when you talk about the teams who do this day in and day out at the highest level, every single location has set piece design, right? The idea of like, if it's here, this is how we'll play it. We practice it, we know it, etc., etc. A lot of these teams, I don't think have that. They have set pieces. They probably have ideas for calls, but you don't have the time to train every single piece of that map or understand how are we going to play this intimately, right? So I get why that was a little chaotic there. But let's follow through with that, Gibson. Talk about the chaos of this first game. The fact that we're at military. In the old days, with a 12-game format, with the traditional esports thing, most teams would go, first game military. If it didn't go well, we're going to write it off, right? We're going to bounce back from this. You can't do that with 5 games anymore. So how does that affect the mental? Are teams adjusting for this? Can you have that bad, oh, it's just military anymore?
Not really. And the thing is, we could have double military because it's the only map we have 2 of, but I think you got to put it in the, it's as simple as this. If you played well, bottle up what you did good, bring it into the next game. If you played terribly, forget everything about game number 1, focus on game number 2. I said it yesterday, every map is 20% of your chance to qualify, and only 3 of the 16 teams get there. So you are really pushing your luck if you have a bad game 1 and a bad game 2.
like 20% plus 10% minus 14%. So there's some crazy math equation there for how you get in. But I will say this. What I liked about those fights, because they did get a little bit crazy, Matt, with all the people on military, is it does seem like over the last couple of years, we've seen Krafton sort of respond to this idea that there's only two ways on and off of military, that the bridge is just not functional. And they've added in new aspects of the bridge, the ferries, a lot of different options for crossing. It feels like that is a big part of why we see these end games on military be more chaotic than we were used to. Far less bridge camps and a lot more finding real estate at the last possible moment.
Well, with the ferries and specifically the emergency pickups, you have a lot of teams that are coming in with minimal information. Just that is the downside of the ferry as well, is we don't get a chance to talk about it, but you do get to bring vehicles at least. You're kind of tail ending into this where you're arriving into an entire section of the map that's had firefights set up. There's had congestion at different points. You don't know what's coming into. And it's kind of a battle royale at its purest at that stage, because you're just having to figure out who's shooting at who as fast as humanly possible, figure out what's open, where you can even play. And that's kind of led to, I guess, specifically that bottleneck on that northeastern area around the bridge with the bridge crossers that were going on. And then I guess even last breath with their emergency pickup, even managed to make it in the later stages with Blazer still managing to survive for as long as he did. But it's kind of intriguing whenever we look at this. I think that we've gotten way too many options. I won't say way too many. We've gotten a lot of options to get in. But I love the fact that they all come with their own independent handicaps. The timings on the ferry are much slower. Yes, you do get to keep your vehicles. Emergency pickups, you can go anywhere that you want and even get high ground, but you have no idea what you're dropping on top of. I think that that's going to be very hard for these teams to continue to try to navigate moving forward.
And I think it does. It opens the door to maybe some changes in process. And I think we started to see that last year in the PGS cycle as well. People adjusting to BRDMs. Remember, Gibson, BRDMs were hot, then they were not, and now they're back again, and the Panzer gets changed, and it sort of adapts the way people are carrying. There was a period when the Panzer got heavier that we saw them disappear for trunks for a little while, because it felt like everybody had an answer to the BRDM, so I don't have to, or if everyone had an answer because they had Panzerfaust. Then the BRDM stopped being as popular because everyone had Panzerfausts, so they stopped carrying Panzerfaust, and all of a sudden the BRDM on Penta is having the best time of his life because no one wants to dedicate that weight in the trunk anymore. It's fascinating how you sort of have this ebb and flow constantly of the meta shift because of all the changes in the new items.
And think about how Penta used it. It wasn't really... You know, I think when the BRDM first came out, it was about, let's get into the circle. This is safety. This is something that I can use to just stay alive. Now these really good players are going, right, yes, if I'm in a Panzer, I'm not an active gun. But if I drive at a team that my teammates are fighting, they have to keep their eyes focused on me so they don't get ran over and on the gunfight ahead. So Penta just provided the perfect distraction for his team to get kills. And I think that's one of the joys of the BRDM. Do I think they're oppressive? Yes. Do I hate them when against them? Yes. Do I love them if I have them? 100%. Use it if you can.
It's like the Lynx. Do I love it in the game? Absolutely not. Do I love it in my hands in the game? You bet your butt I do. And that is just the nature of PUBG. It's the hype of the looting, knowing when to make your moves. And at the end of the day, everyone has to figure that out. As game number 2 gets ready to kick off here on the dusty dunes of Miramar, with only 5 games to play, 1 gone and 4 left, you've got to make a statement. If you weren't in the big 3 who sucked up all of those points, Match'em, and that's what it was. Leave no question there. Those top teams hoovered the lobby. You've got to bounce back if you were one who was hoovered.
And Miramar can provide, right? We often say that there's opportunity for you on Miramar, especially a clean plane path like this. Gives you pretty much anything that you want to work around. I don't see any real big potentials for drops. That I was a bit worried that could be happening today, given that a couple of squads might be trying to jockey for specific points or just be coming in a little bit more blind. But it looks like everything's going to be pretty okay on landing. The closest I would say is maybe, looks like Chapinski and Dots were going for a similar vehicle, but I think that's fine.
All right, with this line, right down the middle, with this circle, you got a team you got your eye on, Gibson?
Oh, Oasis!
I'm glad you waited until we got the circle shift. I'm going to say I've got my eyes on pest control again. Another very good spot to kick things off. Let's see if they can start getting kills, though, because I'm not quite sure if getting loads of placement points but not a bunch of kills to go with is going to cut it in this lobby.
Now, another team I want to keep an eye on is Nevermind. These are guys who barely made it into this stage. They just eked through because they missed the last day of Cup Championship. They had to hope that somebody else dropped the ball. And they did. It gave Nevermind a chance to play at this level. They're very excited about it. And in fact, I think we're going to get a chance in just a few minutes to check in with their leader, Lost, because I want to hear the perspective of a team like this that's sort of excited to be at this stage, going up against some very storied players. How do you plan to deal with this, and what is your goal when it comes into these games?
Então, a gente ficou bastante ansioso, né, porque a gente não conseguiu, na última semana das Cups, aí, conseguir classificar para poder ter aí uma garantia maior de estar no evento final, né, que é os playoffs. E aí a gente ficou lá torcendo e secando, né, as equipes e acho que a Overpowered tava ali no endgame, né, a gente secando ali, e foi um momento que, graças a Deus, deu certo e a gente tá passando aí para os playoffs. Então, a gente como ficou na parte aí de baixo da tabela, a gente vai ter que ralar um pouco mais, né? Então a gente vai ter, de certa forma, jogar um pouco mais agressivo, né? A gente vai tentar buscar mais as kills aí, já começar o início do jogo com bastante kill, para poder chegar no endgame e pontuar por posições, pra gente garantir uma posição aí melhor, pra gente conseguindo passar pro top 3 aí.
Intriguing situation as Nevermind finds themselves in the circle in Cabrera. So that's a good start as Injected's trying to steal my heart and going over after Oasis. Rentfree's making a rotate that's going to put them pretty close to pest control. A lot of Southern rotate's going to be pretty big. Tempest also taking emergency pickup. I get a bit worried about taking emergency pickup into these far northern circles like this because I always feel like I need a second one because it always hard shifts to the south.
You've got that, and you've got the fact that it's going to be so hard to get a vehicle as well, Matt. Like, you think about where all these other teams are, they're probably already picking up the cars on the road. So, all in all, I'm with you. Especially when you consider that there were rotate options. Like, in a circle like this, you can drive up the east coast. You can drive up the western... I would say coast, but it's not really a coast. It's more of a mountain plain. But you can drive up that way as well and find your way inside the circle. But we're not the IGLs. It's not our decision to make. They've decided to take to the sky. I'm just curious, because they might think that Oasis is clear. And you just got to worry in case that's where they're heading.
Look, I'll be completely happy. Can we get an Oasis fight? Yes. I don't care if it's all about just emergency pickup hot drop right on top of Injected. I'll take what I can get at this point. I miss myself some Oasis. We also do have FN that's going to be pretty close over there, probably taking away a point that they were wanting to play. Tempest is waiting a long time on this pool, so I think that they had eyes onto that Oasis, maybe even the Cabrera area, but Nevermind has even left Cabrera, so that is now open.
Are you hoping, though, that this circle, little by little, could give you everything you ever dreamed of and go to Oasis?
Yes. Always. Oh no! Injected is left! And now, with the pull, Tempest should be able to take Oasis away from them. They went to the hillside instead.
I don't know what they're going to do, though. Like, they're not... They might... I think there should be a vehicle a little bit closer to Campo Militar, and they'll make their way that way. Dreams has got his eyes here onto Chapinski's, who... 6 points, game number 1. If you tell a team that you'll get 6 points in game number 1, they'll take it. And I think Chapinski's, their probably biggest problem yesterday, Matt, was they were getting the kills and they were kind of getting into like the 8th and 7th. They just weren't really there when we got into the final 4s all that often. And I think if they were there more often, they would have 100% not been in the lobby today.
Uh-oh, Duel's a little bit of trouble. Dot's going to take a couple of pot shots at them at Minas Generalis, but I think that that'll be okay. Duel's going to continue on their merry way, pretty close to Hacienda. We also do have Bolivia that might be running into a bridge camp that well, not a bridge camp, sorry, just a camp that has been set up by AKA over there. Fate is also coming in back behind Bolivia, so that could be its own little brew that's starting to set up while one is trying to push their way into the circle. Here's the tail end. Dark Castle watching Bolivia in front of him. He's going to have a couple of friends, though. Most notably, it's going to be Falcon that's going to be waiting, maybe taking a couple of shots at Bolivia in this rotate.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it. Bolivia seem to be turning back as Bad seems to have spotted something. Now, Falcon is further up the road, waiting. He is on the roadside, whether he has a Panzer, an MT-49. I'm not quite sure what he has yet, but keep an eye, because Fate are moving over this way as well. I can see that Flanker is all rotating. So we have 3 teams making their way up this passage on the western side of the circle, and Falcon's the one waiting. But I think AKA are just going to wrap up and wait, because I think Falcon might get picked up on the way.
This is an intriguing setup. With the way that the circle's now gone, Fate's going to bypass. They're going to move more into the Falcons' position. Daishin is going to catch Bolivia that's going to be rotating back, but he's all by himself. So Bolivia might think that they can just go for a kill here. Daishin actually runs out of the compound, expecting the fact that he was going to get harassed. That puts him out in the open. Easy pickup. Like, that's the freest kill you could potentially get if you're Bolivia.
Yeah, and that's a free point on the board for I Am Bolivia, and that'll be their second of the day, putting them ahead of, coincidentally, Team Fate, who are right beside them on the road here as well. And they're making their way up to bat. He's going to pre-cook the nade as Flanker hops on out. He doesn't quite get the knock at the first time of asking, but the second peek is good enough. Timpy will try to drive by. Another big chunk of damage dealt by Bad, but he isn't able to get that next knock. Tater's there. He gets the knock, but here comes the rest of Bolivia, Matt.
I think that the way Fate is set up around this, though, they should be able to respond. This high ground dip is extremely strong, and I don't think that Bolivia wants to push into it. AKA, though, I'm curious what they do. Now, they're hearing this firefight. Looks like they popped in vehicles. They might be trying to third-part it. Yep, here comes Lips. He's going to try to set himself up. Res has now happened. If you're Fate, you're suddenly pinched in a position that you weren't even close to expecting, as now AKA is even taking down a northern escape corridor and denying it.
Yeah, Veri's got the Panzer at the ready, and he sees the few other members of Fate in the side, but I think they've spotted him here as well. I Am Bolivia. The blue zone's coming, but it is just phase 1, so it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for them. But Team Fate, they want the points. But Matt, do you see what AKA are doing? Like, they want to get involved here. This is 3 teams who understand what is necessary of them today if they want to qualify.
Yeah, I was talking about how they were setting up a good hold on that one, so well done for them. Flanker, though, is going to go ahead for a push down into Bolivia. Realizing the fact that there's the threat on the northern side of it. Bolivia's already had one of their players escape. Shot goes out for the Panzerfaust. Doesn't connect the way they want. Fury's in a ton of trouble, and Tater gonna go ahead and get the shots onto him. Now Fate, feeling a lot better about this, turns their attention back to the AKA side of it. How strong is the AKA hold gonna be now that Bolivia has opened up the entirety of the east for an escape path for Fate?
Yeah, that was not what I Am Bolivia had in mind whenever they saw the team pushing their way, but unfortunately for them, they'll need to fight the rest of this map with just one player up, unless you take a detour a little while later to get those blue chips back. Dream 1, they have obviously taken the Falcons drops. They dropped inside of Picado here. They have made their way up into the barn, but they're not too far away from Tempest. And if you look at Tempest, right, they dropped on the hills north of Oasis. I think they got a vehicle, and then they've regrouped a little bit closer to the center of the circle.
These are just trying to get something out of a terrible situation. And it felt like everything was working out for them. They thought that they could backstab onto this. They could kind of spin back around. They got their one kill, and it felt like everything was working out. Now it's just time to run for the hills as new circle is getting ready to pop. Goes right on top of everybody. Pest Control finding the center yet again. Oh, this could be the start of a trend.
I am getting excited, Matt. Oasis is still there. You never know. It's in it until it's not. Injected, though, have started to push their way a little bit further south. Rent-free, making their way. They're going to split the 2-2 split, being held by Pest Control. But you got to wonder where Rent-free have actually got their sights set on, Matt, because there's not an awful lot of ground, and I think that they might just crash in towards them.
I always just love it whenever somebody's taking pot shots and somebody closes the door. Like, just stop. Please stop. I don't want to deal with it. Pest Control spotting out Rent-free yet again down below them. Great minds think alike, as we do have these two squads right next to each other yet again. Collector's also looking like they're going to play pretty aggressive close to Rent-free's positioning, where Nevermind's going to be playing on the other side of it. This is limiting a lot of what Pest Control were wanting to do with this 2-2 split. There is a lot of strength in it. This 2-2 split that's set up by Pest Control gets a high ground, low ground advantage. But with Rent-free being right in between them, it's not the worst thing. It's just made it kind of complicated to play from, because even Rent-free isn't all over here, because Jam is still right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, and I think Jam's just feeding information to the team, right? Maybe a contingency plan if it goes for the worst, so they made that dive into the center of the circle. At some point, it's going to get really hard for him to regroup with the rest of the team, though, because Collector are locked in. Nevermind are the exact same as we get ready for that next zone to start closing in. So in about 2 minutes time, phase 3 will really mix this one up a little bit. But I think a lot of teams, Matt, are very happy with the positions they're in right now. Like, this circle provides a lot of cover.
Yeah, I mean, we've got water treatment, the ridge line going into the God compounds, Pest Control's 2-2 split, strong positioning. even going into Oasis and the kind of hillside that leads into that, there's a lot of different ways. This is like peak Miramar right now. No pun intended on how high it is. It's just the way you can set around. Jam actually is in a vehicle rolling right next to Pest Control. Looks like he's trying to get away from Collector, but I don't even think that Pest Control was expecting that. So intriguing.
I'm keeping an eye on what else going on elsewhere. And Jam did, yeah, he got there. He's there. He went on a bike too, which is even more of a risk. But hey, who am I to question Jam? He joins the rest of the team. I like Collector's position, and I really like one half of the Pest Control 2-2 split. Right? I prefer the high ground option rather than the low ground one, but if worse comes to it, they can all collapse on each other pretty quick. Well, actually, Matt, I was going to say they could collapse easily, but the problem is Rent-Free are a big problem for Pest Control whenever they do eventually look to collapse that 2-2 split into a full 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can just play the other side of the hill if you have vehicles that are still active and get down and regroup. Pest Control would probably want to regroup high ground like you were talking about. That's going to be far less likely, if anything. It's going to be intriguing because we've got a couple of very strong sets going on right now. Duel is taking over water treatment. And remember the fact that there is a very deep road. It's almost like a ravine that runs through the center of the circle leading into where One and Tempest are going to be at. And that means that there's a lot of kind of isolated theaters where these firefights are going to be going on. The circle going to be dictating where the rotates and the firefights are going to be happening. Of course, this new circle is about to pop right now, and it goes right after Pest Control yet again. Does the low side of Pest Control opt to regroup already inside of vehicles? Looks like that's going to be the plan.
Here comes the fun. Doo-doo-doo-doo, I guess I think is what the song goes, but Pest Control are going to give up their position and try to regroup. But to do so, they open up a momentary window for Rent-Free to cause some problems. The compound the Pest Control were in is likely where we're going to see Duel go, because they'll see that rotate out from Pest Control. So this is going to get really fun. Now, Joshy will try to use that ridgeline. They've done the right thing. This is the safest way to get up.
This is great spectating. Thank you so much for showing us this, because the way that the hillside sets, they do have this path that they managed to get through. So very well played by Pest Control. That's why you often see this 2-2 split executed. And if somebody jumps in between them, why it's not necessarily the biggest deal. It's annoying, but you do get regrouped. There is a bit of a risk, but really One was more focused on what was going on with Tempest that was on top of them. So that opened up the entirety of that path to be near on free, and very clean timing on the execute. And just like you were talking about, Duel did backfill. Chapinski is going to have to deal with Last Breath down to the south. Dot's also going to be going for a long rotate, could be bumping into that. This is the Chapinski Last Breath style situation, but this is a slow burn of a firefight. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there might be an outlier in Fate or Dots that makes it a bit more climactic, to say the least.
Yeah, and Chapinski's, remember, they've started the day pretty well. 6 points in game number 1, and Last Breath not too far behind them on 3, but every kill you feel is almost like a double-digit kill when you have teams that are so... double-point kill when you have teams that are so close together. Danny is just keeping an eye on that wall, making sure nobody wraps around on that side, and Andrew, his job is to basically watch for anybody trying to backfill themselves in the other bit. Now, my big fear... Yeah, Dots are coming too. I like it.
They're just going to be sending it in. Not too many other ways to play. They realize that there's a vulnerability on the outside. They see points, and they want it. Roll in. Do they even know that there's another squad that's set up on this one at the time? I have no idea. Chapinski's going to be a bit damaged now. One player down, one player out. Dots has this area that they can play in a corridor that is going to provide some safety for the time being, but Last Breath can counter shift and kind of come up back behind him. It looks like that's going to be Andrew's job, getting in that harassment, but it's already been read by Dots, prepping up the defense, and it's just a full push. Look at all these smokes coming down. This is a dedicated commitment coming out from Dots extremely early.
And this is the difference between TPP and FPP. They smoke the windows as opposed to smoking their path on the way in, and that allows them to move right up into the edge of this compound. So Last Breath, Chupinski's, and Dots all going to go head-to-head. Gabudo, he's got the AUG, but he doesn't have an extended mag on it, so he's got 30 rounds in reserve waiting for it. Another smoke to smoke off the other building so they can completely isolate this first bungalow. Gabudo could be in for a ton of trouble. He might get one knock, but the rest of Dots should play the trade game. You can see them getting ready to walk in. Spectro gets caught by Pest Control, and that's done Gabudo a huge favor as he starts tossing flashes, and he stuns himself.
Tries to bounce it around the corner. Doesn't always work out the best. Bad situation. Tries to get the shots in, but it's going to be just enough. Spectro still down on the outside of it, and Last Breath doesn't choose to jump on this just quite yet, hoping that the Chapinskis can maybe do some more damage to Dots before they have to get involved.
Yeah, and with reading the kill feed and seeing 2 members of Dots did get knocked, I'm surprised that Chapinskis didn't commit a little bit more to help out Gabudo. But I think they were concerned about the fact that Last Breath had pushed in. So now we've got 3 teams living next door to each other. The ultimate definition of the nightmare neighbors next door. So Last Breath, something just happened that made them uncomfortable, and they've just fallen back. So I think a call is coming in from Andrew with that zone shift to say, let's just avoid this and play for the circle while these 2 teams are distracted.
Yeah, no reason to take the firefight unless you just absolutely have to. You want to play for the points on it. Chapinski's Oracle, though, holding the stairs, doesn't go down, goes for a retreat. Turu can now come in, defend. Solid so far. Shots coming around. Does at least get a knock in return.
Oh, great molly.
Molotov to try to slow back down the pacing. Can Turu keep the defense up? It's just an exchange between the 2. On fire. And it's going to be Dots taking that dot damage as Spectro now the last one up.
4 points, though, and now Spectro's got to put in a lot of work as a solo to get more for the team. He's going to get on the move. Last Breath are going to start firing his way, but Spectro will use the train, but jumping elsewhere. I think that 4-0 have Tempest moving in towards them here, and look at that. They've got a couple of SMGs in the hand instead of ARs, so Quinn really wants to bring the fight to 4-0, and I love it again. Defend, not offensive mollies here, Matt, defensive ones to buy them time for Jimu to get back up to full health.
Going to be intriguing to see how 4-0 wants to play around this, as we do see Dots get eliminated. Just making a sin for the circle, always going to be hard, specifically with the high ground that Pest Control has, the vision that's provided. 4-0 has a great way to knock on the door and see how they want to enter this. A lot of smokes going down, though, are going to make it a little bit more dicey. Oh, Tempest did get some vision on Lyle. Now he's got to figure out where it's going to be. Does he see any of the movement around what's going to be going on? Does spot him on the outside. Goes for the switch over. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to go for the Panzerfaust, but you might want to hold that one for later.
Yeah, Klawe jumps across from one door to the other, hops in and out again. Whoa. He's pulling off a blinder, steps out of the smoke, but Jimu will get him, and 4-0 we'll get another player back on their feet. They're up to 16 points now as they get 4 kills in this game. What a debut to the PAS it's been for them here, Matt. They qualified to today. This is their only chance, and they're up on 16 points after one map in 19 minutes.
Never mind, over here caught up in an awkward spot as they've got AKA right down underneath of them. New circle pops, and it is going to keep Pest Control's high ground in play. Injected, FN all have to move. Duel as well. Last Breath that just did their little shimmy closer to the circle, going to have to shimmy yet again. Fate at least has a foothold in Dad buff, but Collector's going to have the low ground field area to deal with, and this is going to be really intriguing because Pest Control has a lot of high side control on this one, but they still have Rent-Free down below them, so they're not going to be able to run around the top of the hillside as much as they want.
Man, I think Rent-Free are actually a really good buffer for Pest Control. Like, anybody who wants to push up from this side, Rent-Free are going to be their protection, right? They're not necessarily hired help, because you know for a fact they will bring the fight to you if you overextend, but it's as good of an early detection signal for a potential push up a hill as you could potentially get, and it allows Pest Control to maybe focus more towards the north.
Yeah, but the way that the hillside sets, it's going to be really hard for Pest Control to really keep too much, because you can see that where K-Mine's playing, he doesn't get good vision on what's going on with even Wit making their move. He gets some onto one right now. Last Breath doesn't have any choice. They're just going to have to send it right next to Collector. Maybe even just go for the crash. 2-2 split, but Collector's just got vision for days over here. Going to go for the peek around. Oh, no! Doesn't get it! But the explosion finally comes through. Last Breath goes down on a valiant push.
I'm going to say it. Red Rider is very lucky for Mixu there, because he peeked with a Panzer and got absolutely deleted. But Collector will get back up to a 4. Mixu, they'll move. Now, Team Fate were having a peek, think about moving down, but I think it's better worth their while to play the high ground, as Jam has his eyes up on towards the members of Duel as they start making their way, and Gats will fall. No. And can Badger get that next knock? That Murado was moving so damn fast, though.
I mean, you just got to send it. It's going to be right next to Collector. Given how fast that last firefight ended, means the Collector can focus entirely back up after Duel. Pest Control does have good vision on that side of the hill, though, so Duel's just going to continue to drop players as they have to make a run into a little bit of a dip. That puts them very close to Wit now.
Nade at the ready from Conf. They want to take the pressure now to Rent Free. Having read the knock and knowing how close they are, they see this is a big opportunity to maybe put a knife into Rent Free's back. Sweezy pushing up the hill here as well, though on the other side of the ridge line. This is going to be a problem. 3 teams trying to take this one little spot. Good knock from Conf though. Murillo will be the first one to fall for nothing. And Lyle's just going to keep on pushing up the hill. He's got eyes on, but 3 nades ready to be tossed this way.
2 different squads, all in the exact same vector. It means that Pest Control has had to surrender control over the entirety of the circle behind them. One's trying to sneak up back behind them, so Pest Control has to keep their head on a swivel, and they've got to stay focused on Hot and Spicy's trying to hold them back. But there's so much smoke now down as 4-0 continue. A very bold push right into the face of Pest Control, hoping the fact that they can play the smokes and find the timing for it, but it's just Jamu down. The last one up as it's given time for Rent Free to reset a little bit and find pacing. Dream One goes for the backstab. Hot and Spicy doesn't let it happen, but it opens up a little bit more of a path now for Rent Free and One to see if they can creep up and get to the top of this hill.
XH is down though, so for Dream 1, they're down 1. Conf will be brought back up by K-Mind, but I love the aggression for nothing. I think they should change their name to Fear Nothing with how they've played. Yes, the point tally could have been higher, but 17 after 2 maps, pretty damn good. Joshy peeking up over the edge. Rent Free, they use the distraction to push on up, and Joshy's caught in an island. He gets a knock on to Bizzler, and how vital could that be? That forces Rent Free in a 2-2. Hot and Spicy, he gets one on to Gatson. Well, what was a very potentially dangerous push for Rent Free has been shut down by Joshy and Hot and Spicy.
This is just very well played by Pest Control. They realized where the approach was going to be at, played, waited, keeping a good angle right onto where the smokes would dissipate. Oh, good counterplay is coming out, though, as finally it is going to be Rent Free going down. They made it a little bit scary with Comp getting knocked in that, but this could be a push now coming out for One. Pest Control realizes it, already trying to counter move forward the defense. Collector's going to go ahead and creep into the circle just down to the south. Faith's going to be just to the west of them. We also do have Nevermind and AKA right on top of each other, but One has managed to at least take one of these buildings away.
7 teams left alive here, 26 players. Dream 1 sharing the compound with Pest Control. Collector, they've dipped out from the south. They're going to play the ridgeline now as they get very close to Team Fate on the southwestern side of the circle. And it looks like the first shots will be fired in anger. Red Rider is going to get that knock on the Tater, and can Collector take advantage of this opening knock that's going on the other side of the circle? Yes, Dream 1 still pushing closer and closer, but this fight from Collector and Team Fate is the one I want to get my eyes on.
Drop a couple of nades. It's a low side into a dip push. 4Earth catches right on the side of it. Flanker denies the flank instantaneously. Faith, though, has to be careful. Here comes the low ground push yet again. Just running right up back behind him. Going to be loud and proud, so that means at least some type of idea that's going to be going on. Dream 1 trying to supervise what's going to be going on with Pest Control. Get some vision on this outer wall, but not a lot of what's going to be happening. Pest Control gets vision on the firefight with Collector, taking the pot shots onto them, and completely shuts off any form of push onto Fate.
Yeah, Team Fate, that's not the way they would have wanted things to go, but Nevermind are continuing to put the pressure on as well. Timfy, the last player up now, he's going to go prone, popping that first aid, and Collector not getting too aggressive on him just yet. Dreams will work alongside Mixu, who's sending it up to this ridge, which again is just a bit of cover inside the circle. The circle shifts away from these compounds though, Matt, and as it stands, Duel are down numbers but find themselves in a really good position to pick up a bunch more points from placements.
Oh, it's going to be hard, though. That dip is just going to be a magnet for grenades, and there's several teams that are going to be pushing for it. The benefit, the fact that Pest Control couldn't get vision onto Duel's position high ground, was due to the fact that they've got One on top of them. Whoever wins the firefight between Pest Control and One will then start having so much vision on the rest of the circle and start trying to hammer down on everybody. Collector's already read that, playing in the shadow of the hillside, to say the least, of where Pest Control or One are going to be firing from. Pest Control do have the inside track on control of the circle. 11 kills, and it feels like Pest Control is just trying to run away with this one today.
Yeah, K-Mind is just holding the other edge. They've got the advantage over Dream 1. They're the team that need to move first, so that could deliver these points directly towards K-Mind. He puts the shield up just to give themselves a little bit more cover off towards the west, and I like what K-Mine's done here. He's created a little fort, and Hot and Spicy has done the exact same thing, making what should be unplayable positions a bit more playable in preparation for this battle with Dream 1.
AKA is trying to get into the circle, and that's creating its own distraction. Dream 1 has some vision on it. The shots coming up from Dream 1 also going after Nevermind are going to force them more on a southern lay of approach for the circle than they wanted. This gives Duel a little bit more breathing room to deal with AKA getting closer by the second. Now then, Dream 1, you're starting to get more control over what's happening on the high ground across from you. That gives you a potential path, but you still have to deal with pest control close range. We could see a world where Dream 1 just opts away and tries to use this little bit of a hillside to slip around the other point, but I don't think that that's the way that they're going to go for it. They don't want to go after AKA with having pest control this close, but they also don't want to go after pest control with having AKA so close. So no part of this feels good for them.
It's one of those circles where nobody actually wants to get in a fight just yet, and XH will fall. Now Demon will try to get that res off. Well, no, he's going to pop a first aid first, and the blue zone is closing oh so fast on this position. 15 more seconds until it hits that next wall. Joshy trying to get the wrap on the other side, peeks across the edge, catches the player jumping out the window. Joshy gets the knock. Great reading of the trajectory of that vault out the window, leaving one player up. AKA, they got the lead there. Sharp shot from Duel was able to get a kill, so Dream 1 with 7 kills of their own, but Pest Control and Duel continuing to increase their lead in first and second spot.
Collector's now playing the aggressive side of this one, starting to throw out a couple of nades to chase after what's going on. Pest Control, Blue Zone, seeing if they can just chunk down some damage. Hot and Spicy now down, seeing if maybe they can at least secure something else. It's a very vulnerable push up that hillside. Nevermind could have an angle onto it, and that is a ton of damage coming up from the doubled up Blues. Pest Control, though, does have this outer wall, and that's kind of denied them visioning on exactly how Collector wants to push this.
That outer wall's deadly too. Like, if they vault over it, they're going to get caught out by Nevermind on the other side, who, by the way, are putting the pressure on the Collector, and that might just open up the door just a little bit for Joshy and co. And yes, they will take advantage. 15 kills now for Pest Control. 33 points, and they're not done yet. Sharp shot. He's all by himself. Gets another knock, but he's traded down by Lost. The FAMAS will take him down. And Pest Control know they've got a massive opportunity. Lost to be the next to fall. It's a 2 versus 1, though. It could go either way. And Joshy, oh, I don't know. I don't like it. This is a really tough rotate he has in.
I mean, he's managed to get into the circle. The problem with it is how does he creep forward? 2 down players in front of him going to feed over any information if he goes for a move. Instead, it's going to be just a commitment back onto Comp. The down players for Nevermind being their own bait, but you can see Tastico already has himself set up a defended position, watching exactly for any peek over the high side. There's still about 20 seconds before the blue zone entirely crunches in, and then we're going to see exactly the full collapse down afterwards. Pest Control doesn't have to move yet, but it looks like Nevermind did manage to get one of their players right underneath the Pest Control with those smokes and are going for a res to try to turn this back into a 2v3.
This could be the moment here that wins the map for Nevermind. 5th place could see them jump into 3rd if they're able to secure these 2 kills and the chicken dinner to go with it. Conf closing the gap to the rock, but surely he knows that the players are here. The footsteps definitely heard now by Conf as he gets ready to toss some deployable cover down onto this valley. This is tense. This is on a knife edge. I know that every team in this lobby that aren't in the top 3 want Pest Control to win this one, because if Nevermind win, it just increases that gap and increases the bar for 3rd place.
Couple of shots, bad timing on that one. Wants to set up some defense. Other side, Comp gets some vision, follows it up. It's going to be Joshy yet again. 2v1 now set up. Blue zone coming in. They don't know exactly where the last one was set due to the way the smokes were played. And it's going to be Joshy playing one side of the rock, Comp on the other one. They have to be making some assumptions. It's going to be right towards the center. They don't want to overplay their hand into a defended point. Instead, it's just throw every stun you got. Deny it out. 1-2 points. Both sides of it. Pest Control runs down and finds themselves a massive 18-kill victory.
Well, they might say that they've got themselves a con man, but it's Conf man, and he is picking up points and kills for fun toffees. When Conf is on, Pest Control are on.
I mean, Pest Control acted like they were exterminating a bunch of cockroaches at the end there. I mean, I've never done that with fire and Molotov cocktails, but that's what they did Chain flash, fire push. They were like, this is just our game to win. And as you said, everyone else in the lobby was cheering for them at full volume. That's kind of the benefit, you know, Matchroom, as you pull ahead of everyone else, is really everybody starts rooting for you because first place is not a problem for them.
Just keep on stacking up the points. And I mean, this was very cleanly played on a lot of different accounts from the way that Pest Control was holding this. We often talk about a couple of the different sections and moving factors of what's going on with them. But I found that Joshi was very consistent in his performance and reads and how people were really going to be approaching the circle. Woo! It was so clean and really held the squad together at some pivotal times. So respect where respect's due there.
Absolutely. Big plays. We watched the highlights. You saw Chupinski holding the top of that stairwell. A really nice Panzerfaust. Some solid sprays across the board. Don't let anybody tell you that Cup players don't have sprays, because these guys were hitting some gnarly ones while still doing the jiggle jags and everything else in between, Gibson. These guys have skill.
Well, look at it. How many players on that Pest Control roster have actually played at LANs? It's more than 0, that's for sure. And they are showing it with how they are playing on the night. 19 points again, though, for Duel. I think, no, this is match 1. We're waiting for it to update to show match 2. But Pest Control, they get a big win. But you cannot underestimate what Nevermind were able to do as well, because they have jumped their way up massively. They went from 2 points in game number 1 of the night to getting double digits, I think, in game number 2.
That is fascinating. We will have that game number 2, or at least a total leaderboard, as soon as we can for you guys to keep track of where everyone is. But Pest Control does make a massive jump into just a dominant position. At the end of that game, I think we saw them at 40 or 41 points, Matchroom. You know, not even worth trying to catch if you're the other teams. Then you get Duel up at about 29, which I think is pretty comfortable to just keep grinding. And that means that after game 2, unless Duel fails miserably, this is essentially a one-spot race with a ton of teams vying for that single position.
Yeah, I mean, Pest Control, this is... Thank you. We've been talking you up a lot. I was waiting for it to happen. Feeling good now. Dual rent-free going to be the follow-up. I would say the kind of expected factors in this one. They're starting to get a little bit of a lead, but for nothing, I have to say, we saw Gibson talking about them a lot inside the last game. They are really playing aggressive, realizing the fact that you got to get every single point in this one, and they're not letting Rent-Free or Duel get away with anything clean right now, and I love it. We're not getting anybody really getting entirely away at that third place cut line, which I was kind of afraid could happen today.
You know, and on the right side of that board, it is still one game away for any team that's over there in terms of getting themselves into the mix, but that does rapidly bleed away. We've got teams like Dots, Injected, What It Takes, Chapinskis that have put up big moments throughout the season so far that could do it again. There's only 3 maps left to play, and after that, we'll determine who the final 3 teams to join the final are. It's going to be a barn burner. Now's the time to tune in because everyone is getting ready for the big pushes. But first, we're going to take a very short break, and when we get back, game number 3 of 5 is going to get underway.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Welcome back, guys. It is time for game number 3 of day 3 of the first weekend of a 4-weekend series that has 2 finals and 2 playoff stages with more than 16 teams, 5 of which advance in the first 2 days, 3 only in the second. All that is to say, if I start throwing the acronyms at you as well, it's just too confusing. What you need to do is trust us. This is Toffees. That's Matchroom. That's Gibson. Next week, Porosaurus will be joining us as I'm taking the weekend off for some exploration and fun. And I think we are going to have a wild month of America's PUBG. And to me, that is the best part. Ignore everything else. Just be here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every weekend for the next 4 weeks, counting this one. And we guarantee you're going to have a good time. Whether it's our silly antics, whether it's Gibson's dad jokes, or Matchroom's hype whispers. You know what I'm talking about. I think you guys felt a little special during that last game. Exactly. We're going to get back. I thought you were coming in with it.
Nah. I'll give you more breathy at the start.
Yes. Give us breathy, Matchroom. Poro was playing golf, or he'd be here with us today hanging out, I'm sure. A lot of these teams have been playing golf. And by golf, we mean looking for the best shot. Because over and over and over again, we've seen our top 3 teams find themselves the best shot at getting to the late game, Gibson, and it is paying off in dividends for a team like Pest Control.
And look, much like the best golfers, the best players just need to find a way to make par today and get into the top 3. Get it over the line, even if you're not playing at your very best. Pest Control, though, I'm not sure they can play much better than they've been playing so far. A big win in game number 2, a top 2 in game number 1. And honestly, I thought we weren't going to be anything like EMEA, because like Vitality ran away with it, but maybe we might be a bit more similar than we thought, because if Pest Control keep this up, that cut line for 3rd is going to be a lot lower.
That is a really good point, Matt. That cut line for 3rd has dropped dramatically, and I think maybe for our 2nd and 3rd place teams, they're not super stoked about that, right? Because they're down in the kerfuffle level. And I think that that's something that you hate. When you're in 2nd and 3rd, you're like, yeah, I like that the points are going to those guys, but also I don't like how close everyone else is to me.
Well, we're still kind of on track for that 40-ish range if we look at it. So most people, if they just stick to the plan, and if the plan is working, they could be okay. The problem is this circle, and the circles in general, have been incredibly mean as what? I would say 20, 30% of that circle is unplayable.
Yep. That is It's a good guess, and more so even beyond that, because no one's going to play that sort of division outside of the first road. That's a completely pointless area. Inside, you got a couple of divots that aren't going to be used until a desperate last moment. So yes, you're right. Massive shifts, and it's an even tougher one because the way that plane path is set up, Gibson, it causes a pinch on the north side. It's sort of a V position where you can't take normally those big north rotations you could. Normally, you could take a safe trip around Shipyard and come in late if you want to, but the way this flight interacts with the circle, I don't think it's as easy as all that.
Oh, 100%. As much as 20% of this circle's unplayable, another 10% you can't enter from because it's the south and it's the water, and who rotates on this map. So, in reality, your avenues of entry are significantly limited, Toffees, and if you're a team that jumped off the plane early, you are loving your life. You're chomping at the bit. You're licking your lips because you've got such an advantage to get positions near the center of the zone.
I'll tell you who else is licking their licks. Tempest, looking to make a name for themselves. Let's check in with them.
Mistake will cost you points, will cost you even like place to qualify. So basically, like, we try to make sure, like me and the hooligan, we try to make sure that all the players understand the comms, because comms is literally so important in our team. We have one player that still is not like used to how we communicate. He's not understanding properly what we want to do and what we don't want to do. Okay, like, the biggest strength at the moment is that we can, if we play together, us four, and we keep 4 players alive till the end, we are capable of winning fights as long as we are on the same page during the fights. Like, that's literally our main PowerPoint. Like, we just need to keep 4 people alive till the late circle, and from that situation, we can easily win any fight, even though we are on bad positions.
Intriguing, as it's just the goal to try to keep everybody alive as long as possible, but this is also a squad we see going for some pretty aggressive play early, and that shows some level of confidence in their gunplay. I would say, Gibson, is I feel like we've seen different parts of this squad pop off at different stages.
Yeah, they've had big moments in maps, but they've not really had a big day. Like, you need to put those performances together, and I think, like, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, it's probably the perfect time to get that interview, because you're 17 points off of 3rd place on a 5-map day. This game, if you get a win, puts you right up into the mix. But is this kind of the point, Matt, where you look at a team like Tempest and say, bottom of the leaderboard, 0 points. If you don't get double-digit or more points here on Tego, that you can kind of wave goodbye to your chances of playing next weekend?
So our top 3 right now. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Are we back? So Murillo is going to play this position for nothing. You look at where they're holding near the center of the circle. They've got Duel not too far away here either, as they dropped early. And as you say, Matt, the early bird catches the worm. And I think for nothing, sitting on 4th place on 17 points, this is a really good opportunity. This is a really good circle for them to kick things off.
It's going to be intriguing, because whenever we see how it's all set right now, the circle has kind of made it to where, yes, FN has a good position at center, but you have to assume that this is going to pull probably Kan Young's side, or maybe back down next to Studio, something weird like that. I don't know. We've seen this circle in the southern sections of this map pretty regular on competitive for this year, so this is going to be at least familiar for all of the squads. What's intriguing is Pest Control has been playing very centered, very regularly, and they're playing pretty far off into the west right now. This isn't necessarily an intentional play, I don't know, but if they opt into playing that hillside that's just to the south of them, it could be pretty strong if it gets some circle up.
Yeah, last breath. They're a team that could really do with some circle love as well. Yesterday it felt like the same. They did okay at picking up points, but it just never felt like they were in a good position. Again, they're near the center of the zone. Now, it would be typical if they get caught out by this red zone on the way in. Like, it's the sort of thing that's going to happen a team if you're not going to qualify. But I'm fingers crossed they managed to migrate their way into the city. And I think that's what they're going to do, right? Play the edge, have a look at what's going on. I like this compound that they're going to hold. But look at this, Matt. Never mind rotating right by Team Fate.
Yeah, curious if they actually want to commit anything onto this, just maybe a couple of shots. Oh, does manage to connect the tire. That's going to be a stop-off, but the instant response. Dad Buff slowing it back down. Flanker looks like he's going to circle the wagons, try to see how much more of this they might want to go for. It's got Tastico just going to be caught out. Nothing that can be done. But never mind, making the commitment on stop might be a problem. They've now committed too much onto the side of this and are heavily outnumbered. The angles are not favorable, and this is a full entrapment that's going on right now. Timothy and Tater both are over here, while we've got the other side, the other duo lined in. Too many shots. Tater hits him, lost, and never mind, you've just got to get out. You have to find some way out of this, and that rock is causing a problem. Timothy's got to find it.
Watulins is going to go down here, and Watulins, of course, is Batulins if he was a massive fan of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Linguina now will need to get on the move, though. Last player up for Nevermind, and Team Fate pick up 3 more points. They're up to 9 now as they keep on climbing, and they want this kill, right? They know how important everyone is. Flanker chased them down for long enough, but at some point you've got to have that little alarm system that says, I can't leave my team too far because I create a 1v1. Oh, Flanker, never ever take pills and drive.
Hey, I mean, that's a 50% increase on points right now. That is momentum for this squad. They're going to feel really good about it. They are going to be late to the circle and rotate, but this is only circle 1, and it is a clustered circle with that dead zone that we were talking about. So playing edge in the circle isn't bad. You're going to be pretty okay with it. You can assume that it's probably going to pop somewhere west where you're already going to be making your approach from. I'm intrigued to see how long Nevermind's solo stays around here. Will he just try to see if he circles back in behind, maybe pick up the blue chips? I don't know. If you're Nevermind, you have to say that's our only chance and assume that Fate isn't going to stay for it.
Yeah, Fate will move, though, and I think you're bang on. Just hang around, get the blue chips a little bit later on, and keep on moving and see if you can make something happen of your day. And Nevermind, of course, they're having a good day. Like, they're sitting up there in 5th place on 13 points. They're exactly in the mix, which is where everybody kind of wants to be at this point of the night. But Dream 1, looking at their position inside the leaderboard, 10 points for them. I think they had a decent game number 2. Game number 1 was a bit hit and miss, but I like their spot, Matt. They're not necessarily center of the circle, but center doesn't really matter because this is going to shift away from that wall of unplayable over towards the east.
So this is going to be intriguing. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of this for the time being. At a later stage, it could be pretty strong. The 2-2 split does give you some level of control, but you have to assume that the circle is going to go your way, and maybe you can regroup at one of the 2 of them. We also do have Tempest that's kind of got in the foothills just south of Kongnuang. That could be pretty strong. AKA is actually just pretty much right up against the zone wall right now, making a rotate. Dots and Collector are going to be rotating back behind them. And I don't think that Nevermind's solo player actually went after blue chips. I think it just might be solo survival from here on out.
I don't know if I like that. Now, the only thing that might have changed their mind is the potential that maybe Fate picked them up and took them with them and destroyed them. That's something that we didn't quite see on the kill feed. But as of right now, Linguina is just making it for the zone. And I think that, look, I'll not question it because you never know. This could work out really well for them. We can't say what's going to happen in 10 to 15 minutes, but what we can say is Dots have sent Skies out to try get some shots off the Collector. They heard them rotating behind, and they tried to get some points on the board, and maybe there's a chance for one of these 2 teams to get some points going in earnest as well.
Circle is popped, and Oyoung is going to be pretty much the core component to it. There's going to be a lot of open areas, specifically over into the east and just to the southwest of the city itself. Hillside, pest controls look like they're going to try to get control over that, but that's going to be pretty close to the edge of the zone. Hospital is still in play as well, so there's going to be a lot of rotating shots. Rent Free is going to take a couple to the dome there. As now it's just going to be, do you continue the pathing for this when you don't even have yourselves inside this new circle? As Chapinski's trying to set up a nice trap over here. Oracle tossing the nade. The line looks good. How well is it cooked? But Oracle taking some damage. Honey Badger has to retreat. That's at least going to buy some space and timing, but that vehicle probably took a chunk of damage.
Yeah, I think that maybe the teammates saw the nade soar through the sky because there was no way that Badger seen it, but he got out of there right in time before the explosion. Come on, get your pronunciations right here, Irishman. But Chapinski's, they lose Louis here, and instead of staying for the fight, Free Rent have decided to back off here, Matt. So they're not going for the points, they're playing for the late game positioning.
I'm not mad about that at all. You can do a very far wrap over into the east to play right up against the zone wall. There's a couple of compounds you have to assume that are going to be open over there. Also, the hillside southeast of Ohyang is very strong in this circle, but we never see this circle. I'm curious to see if anybody actually goes for the high ground over there and gets control over a decent section of the circle right now. It does have the red zone that's going to be on top of it, but that's just a temporary problem. I'm intrigued to see how well people know this very southeastern section of the map.
I'd love a hospital finish. I've not seen one yet in any of the games that I've managed to cast, so you never know, it might just make its way further south. Kamba here from I Am Bolivia, the last map. Tempest, the team that really stuck the dagger in their heart as they all tried to get involved in the action over on the west side of Miramar. This time, it's a little bit more closer to the center of the circle than that fight was going to be. Rent Free, their rotate has brought them all the way over to that west or that eastern wall on the side of the circle, down by that river valley. And they're going to try to wrap a little bit further south of Collector here. I like this rotate, provided they keep going south. Like, if they decide to cut in now, they could be in trouble. But I think this is going to be a move to keep going south and work your way in.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a play for that hillside that I was talking about that could be really, really strong. Collector, though, is running very separated, 3-1. So Dreams might be able to make some problems for it. Looks like Rent Free's already spotted out the tail end of Collector, but they would have no idea. No, actually, I think Bizzler's now spotted out Dreams as well. Jam's under a little bit of duress, but nothing too scary just quite yet. This is exactly what we're wanting to see is now Collector, turns the turtle on its side, but looks like it should be fine. Reinforcements are going to be there. Gats, though, feeling himself. He's going to play it a little bit more aggressive into their face. Actually jumps out of the vehicle, goes for some shots onto Collector, made him a bit vulnerable, and now he's isolated. The entirety of Collector can take pot shots at him, and Gats might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. He needs to at least get a knock or something to get out of here, as he's just throwing down smokes to see somebody will come and save him.
This was my only fear about this rotate for Rent Free. Now they find themselves in a really tough position. I think Bizzler's come in to either be the Uber to pick him up and take him away. Other rideshare options are available if it floats your boat. And Badger, he's standing in the open. Mixu missing a couple of really important shots, though, as Collector may have just missed the opportunity to get a point on the board. And I think Rent Free, they're just going to carry on their rotate further south, just like the circle. It's shifted to the south.
Yeah, we have kind of left the Ouyang area mostly. It still has that like southern section of it that's going to be in play. That's where Last Breath as well as One are going to be at. Looks like also the last player for Nevermind might be making kind of a dash over there. There's the fields that just going to be external from Ouyang that leads into you can call them hills. They're not big, but there's at least some high ground to be played before you run down into Hospital, where AKA is going to be at. Duel's just going to be running outside of that one, and Dot's in some trouble as Last Breath's just going to be kind of pumping him. Chapinski on the other side, too.
Oracle tossing that nade deep, trying to get Shane Doe eliminated from the spot. Spectro up against the wall, should spot Oracle, and he does. Oracle takes a ton of damage, and Spectro will be able to get the knockback the other way. That should buy the time necessary to get the res, but as you can see, Dots have suffered a few losses here, so it's got to be very, very quick. Tuturu is going to go for the res here up onto Oracle, and Spectro's going to keep on pushing. Shane, get him back up. Come on, get Mr. Doe back in the game, and he's there just in time.
Yeah, Chapinskis don't look like they're playing this aggressive to go after any of the flushes. It's just a reset and probably a rotate is all they want. No surprise off that. Collector's also in some trouble. It looks like it's going to be FN that's going to be trying to hold them out. This is just going to create some timing problems, most notably for Chapinski and Dots both. Keep in mind, we also do have Last Breath that's still taking pot shots at Dots, so their problems are not done.
Yeah, they'll just need to regroup and move. The blue zone phase 3, it's not going to hurt too much, but Chapinskis have done the right thing again. Keep your eyes on the prize. You could stay and fight, find yourself fighting from the way in and losing a lot of ground, or you can move in earlier and maximize your point gaining potential. Andrew, though, he just spotted out I can do the whisper thing too. He spots out XH44 not too far away, as Mixu will add a point onto the board for Collector. They're not all that far away here either, Matt.
Yeah, cleaner wrap coming up from them. Last Breath continuing the duress onto Dots, as Dots has just got to send it through Ouyang. That's going to be problems. Blazer's going to take down Shane Doe. We got rezzed, but he managed to make it about another, I don't know, 100 meters or so, 200 meters before he got dropped yet again. Circle Pops goes right into that hillish area where Injected's going to be playing. FN's going to go ahead and take that. Dots with their rotate going to be heavily rewarded. Shapinski's now on the outside of it, going to have to be dealing with Collector. Over in the west, Rent Free made a long rep that's going to put him next to Pest Control. Pest Control being presently gate kept out by Fate. So Wit's got a wide split. They need to figure out if they're going to try to regroup, but it looks like we're at least going to get some of that hospital game that you're wanting.
Yeah, and at least I hope Tempest can get off that zero bomb at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. They find themselves very close to the center of the circle in a compound that you would expect should still be in the zone when Phase 5 pops no matter what way the circle goes. Red Rider, he hears the rest of Chapinski's as they move past, but you're just not going to get that angle that you're looking for, and you've got to rotate into the circle as well. Pest Control, though, our lobby leaders look to be in a spot of trouble here. They're in a battle with what it takes, and both teams seem to be trading shots back and forward.
They're in a fight with everybody in the lobby. What it takes was taking shots on this duel. I think got some of it. Rent Free looked like they were taking a couple of shots. This is a desperation push coming out from Pest Control. No surprise, because there's just not enough territory. And BRDM's trying to see if it can find friendship with Hot and Spicy, but it's going to be Sneak Attack and the nade to finish it out. Sneak Attack, though, now has to deal with Rent Free on the other side. Realizing the fact that there was a little bit of blood, the Sharks are starting to come, and Circle Wit with that wide separation now finds themselves in trouble.
Yeah, and this is basically the halfway point of the night as well, and they're only on 10 points. Now, that's not an awful way adrift, but if you fall down now, you'd expect a lot of teams ahead of you will start increasing that gap. Elsewhere around the circle, you can see that Rent Free are holding the south. They're not too far away from Fate and AKA, who are hanging on the hot. Oh my god, what has Danny just done with that mortar strike? He is doing a ton of work on the Dream 1.
Well, Dream 1 now eliminated. Follow-up nade coming up from Blazer. But, Andrew, after all that work he just put in for you, that's the way you do it? Okay, I see. A little bit of jealousy maybe happening. Not just sometimes accidents happen whenever you're just trying to run in and save somebody and get them into the circle as fast as possible, because this is going to be that Fields area that's just going to be on the outside of Oh Young, and the Last Breath just wants to get out of it as fast as they can.
5 kills on the board for them as well. They're having themselves a nifty little Tago here at this point in time. Blazer with 3 of those kills is down, but they get him back up on his feet, and then Arv with the blue zone popping at his back decides now is the time to move. Getting up to full speed in that Dacia as he'll just send it in and join the rest of the team up on top of this hill. I think I saw Collector losing one too. Red Rider got knocked by the edge, but I think he should be resable again. But considering the circle we had, Matt, you would have thought the western front would have been the busy one. All the action's happening on the east.
Yeah, it's just everybody decided, hey, you know, this is just kind of an open field area. Fine, we'll play up against the zone wall and kind of retreat into that, sneak in that way, and it just led to everybody being stacked over. Red Rider, very isolated right now. Dots look like they're trying to hold a containment angle onto Collector. Most of our squads not feeling too good about this circle because, yes, there is some hills, kind of-ish, but there's also the compound that duel smack dab in the middle of it. Feeling pretty good about. And then it's going to be about Rent Free regrouping while we've got Fate. It's going to be Bolivia, Last Breath, Dots, Chapinski's, and kind of AKA all having to find a way to deal with this really weird circle.
And just as you mentioned Dots, you give them the kiss of death. Kabuto gets the knock onto Spectro as they just start to leave their polytunnels and make their way in towards the edge of the zone. Tempest still hanging on to the circle with the spot that they have as a double mortar strike is sent soaring through the sky. Wrong side of the rock. The next one I think is going to land right beside it, and it does. Collector just about staying alive, but you feel like Chapinski's are about to get a really good angle onto them, and not only that, Dots are about to clear the summit of that hill as well.
Injected's up on top of it, realizing that maybe there's some targets that they can get some vision on as well. Oracle in some trouble. Dot's going to go ahead and get the knock onto him. Playing on a very aggressive stance. They're going to have to deal with Last Breath now on the approach from the north. Too many targets as they still have Injected in the high ground in front of them, so it's just going to be about firefighting skills. You're just going to have to fight, defend this territory, and force these guys off the line, but Last Breath isn't going to take it. It's a full-on charge, and they've got some cover to play from. Charging on the other side is also going to be Bolivia running right into Tempest.
Yeah, Bad is going to be the first one to fall, and you can see Tempest bringing the fight towards them. Chapinski's were limited as well, but Abdu, he steps across the side, and well, Bolivia deleted, and Tempest, welcome to the leaderboard. 3 points now for them, a little bit of utility, and that's another team cleared on the west, but as soon as one fight ends, another one continues here, Matt. Dots pushing towards Last Breath.
Got to deal with the rocks. Last Breath made the push for it. Dots realizing they're vulnerable on that angle. They have no way to get into the circle. Collector on the other side of him is too entrenched. They have to deal with Last Breath, who's still dancing around the smokes, hoping that maybe the cover could provide something for Dots to deal with. But Last Breath just doing a good job rallying the defense. Explosion right in front of Atatsia. He has to run away 1 HP and just narrowly holding it. And I think Collector isn't happy where they're at. They're getting harassed by AK. They're now going to be sending him right back behind Dots. Too many angles to try to defend, and just runs back around the side of it. Spots it, gets the knock onto one. Gonna have to be playing against the blue zone. Follows it up, does get that, and Rent Free now playing on the other side of this, dealing with all the catastrophe that's happening with Wit as well as Tempest.
The trapdoor was much bigger than anyone could have imagined. So many teams falling in that one little blink of a second. Rent Free, they get their 3rd kill on the board as well as we see Team Fate leave the lobby. But we're not done yet. Injected over there in choppy waters over on this side of the map with Dots there. You've got Last Breath. You've got them and 4-0 all in that tiny little space. Now Spectre, you'll see Dots. Tosaka, you zone shifts away. Look at how much damage he's taken, and the circle's just gone as far away from him as it could have gone as well.
This is an empty circle, man. This is Lucid feeling king of the world right now, just given the fact that he's got a shack to play around. That's going to be about the best you can get. Tip has been popping those mortars around. Hopefully they might be able to figure out a way to pop somebody before they get in. Duel finally also has to leave their compound. It's going to be on that eastern front where Injected Dots are all going to be. F into the north of it. AKA probably going to go for a wide wrap around back behind Rent Free, but they're being corralled that direction by shots from Duel. Clowy, what you got? I don't know where you're looking.
I'm watching. There doesn't seem to be anything over there where you're firing it. Might be a little bit more joy as you aim towards Badger here, but Lucid, I think, has been spotted out by Rent Free. At least you'd expect, right? If I'm Rent Free and I see 35 car, if I see Poro's used car Emporium by a shack, I'm going to assume there's a player there.
Yeah, and remember that's where the BRDM weirdness was going on as well. So this is an interesting situation as well for Rent Free, as they left several of their players behind, and AKA just sneaks it in and takes 2 of them down. Rent Free felt like they had control over the circle, but AKA's late wrap, forced by Duel's positioning, absolutely causing them problems. Now just down to Honey Badger.
As I said, I'm really impressed by AKA. I thought that they'd be a menace, and so far they've proved to be so. Honey Badger is going to move over towards Bizzler, get him back on his feet before any potential of what it takes getting close enough to maybe get another kill on the board. But do you spot the amount of rounds that Badger's got left as well? 34 7.62 rounds left, so he is not necessarily blessed when it comes to ammo.
Oh, Daishin's got plans. He's got a goal, runs right in. Bizzler gets the run over. Daishin playing around the other side of the US, jumps out. There's the work. Rent Free eliminated. AKA has a foothold. They still have one of their players, and Falcon back behind it, but he should be able to regroup. And Duel also now has a foothold in the circle. Looks like to the north. It's going to be Tempest as well as Injected.
Matt, are BRDMs in heat at the moment, or what is going on? Is this mating season?
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
BRDM mating season
going on.
Yeah, you know, you got it. Is that the equivalent of the spray? I'll get the spray. Oh, Hooligan.
That was a good shot.
Hooligan's nasty with it sometimes, though, but we're 5 teams left alive. Duel have a big chance to overtake Pest Control. I think they're really locked in. Lucid's going to get taken down by AKA, who now find themselves on should be 21 points, and that's exactly what they moved to. Are we seeing 2 teams, though, in Pest Control or Duel, essentially securing their spots in the finals, and maybe only one more spot up for grabs?
Maybe. Duel's down to 2 right now. They are inside the circle. It's just them and AKA right now. Tempest has to still continue their push. Stokely for Injected also has to do that. This is got a bit dicey over here, but AKA just runs in right back behind Rent Free, took the positioning almost down to the point, and has control over several different moments of egress that we can see teams playing from. Lip's going to be the guy that's going to be closest to Tempest right now. Tempest doing a good job. You heard them coming into this game talking about plan was to keep 4 players up and alive. Blue Zone, though, causes some problems for that. Now going to just be down to 3.
I'm glad you brought it up, because I was going to if you didn't. This is them with 3 players up, because Hooligan has just decided he wants to no longer be of this earth, and he goes down inside the blue. I think there'll be some pickups of utility there, and now Tempest will have to play as a 3. Did you just curse him?
Maybe.
Did you just do him dirty?
Yeah, no, totally intentional. I was trying to hype them up based off of what they were saying. Blue zone death at that time is usually something kind of awkward, so maybe an internet issue or something like that. I would say that he probably had some type of easy pathing in the circle, so I'm not going to dive too deep into it. We'll have to see if maybe we get some updates on social media. But Tempest did do a shift right over to the other side next to Stokely, but Duel, though, is being the new attention of the team you've been talking about, a.k.a. Lips on the high side of this one, making their life miserable.
AKA also known as the team in form 4v2v1. Duel will try to get Kane back up on his feet. Wooly puts the deployable shield down, but this is a big opportunity for AKA. They toss down the smokes just to create a wall to get close enough to throw utility over towards Duel. That nade is good. That one not quite the same. He gets a kill confirmed, but now Wooly needs to get hunted down. He gets it. That's a good nade. Falcon will soar, and AKA will guarantee themselves at a bare minimum second place, and they move into the top 3.
Big game for them right now. 6 kills, making it in later stages, and it feels like they've got everything that they want. Tempest back up against the blue zone. Not too many options to deal with. Even one of their players down, trying to carry them in to see if they can get the time. Go for a res, but the angles are so hard over here, and look at the way that it's set, but Tempest has some tools. They can make this a lot harder. Nades, though, gonna land right on top and make it scary. That was quick and dirty, a.k.a. big game. Welcome to the top 3.
19 points, Toffees, for them. Big game for AKA, and what a way to announce yourself to the lobby in the only shot you have of qualifying.
Yeah, we said coming into this that there was a chance that some of those teams would make their move, right? Game 3, this is your last chance to get in there and make a statement that you deserve to go all the way through. The problem I have is even with AKA doing this, Matt, it's starting to feel like there are a whole lot of teams who just aren't ready yet.
Yeah, there's some falters that are going on. Not going to argue that. You know, we've had some pretty mean circles, but that's part of the game. You've got to figure out how to navigate it, and if anything, it's a great learning environment to be at this stage. Maybe prep you for the next one. We still have another set of these teams that are going to be playing in, 2 weeks? So try to take as much of it as you can. Does feel like we're starting to get a lead pack that is making statements, though. I don't know exactly how deep it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I think we are seeing the teams that entered late understanding the necessity of playing this aggressive, coming out on top, especially having a new one or a team that just joined the fray, getting that Game 3 win. And I think if I remember correctly, 4-0 had a really good showing in game number 1, Gibson. So it seems like our recent arrivals are actually stepping up and putting up some numbers.
For nothing, we're good in game 2 as well, and I'll be real with you. Having worked all 5 of the cups coming into this, some of these teams playing today only played in 1 cup, so they're peer based on performance on 1 day. So if you're qualifying with your performance on 1 day, it goes to show that you've got enough gas in the tank to have a threat. Like, I thought AKA would be in the mix. Did I think they'd be in 3rd in this lobby this quickly? Not really, but they're a good team.
And it comes off the back of that good game. But I love that point you've made, this idea that not everybody played every single cup, so you kind of play when you can. And if you're that good that 1 or 2 cups qualified you, then congratulations. Maybe you do deserve to make that big run for next weekend. Overall leaderboard, let's take a look at it. Pest Control at 42, very comfortably aggressing into tomorrow. Duel at 39, looking good. And also known as is at 32, Rent Free, who was strong, really strong, and in this game as well. I think in the first 2 falls off, and it's kind of shocking how they at like 10 behind already, Matt, is a little bit unexpected in 1 game.
See, this is where I'm a bit nervous, right? Because like 1 falter here can be a big deal. Pest Control went out pretty early. They do have a big points lead coming into the game, but now it's not as comfy. If they have another 0 out, I don't know if we can call them comfortable yet or not. This lobby can be not the most consistent. Right now, it feels like Duel is just doing the most with their consistency, not having their big explosive game just quite yet, just making it later stages, finding their kills, doing it on repeat. That's the way Duel likes to do it, and this is the lobby where they'll find the most success doing just that.
I think it comes down to when we get back from our break, Duel, aka Pest Control. How do they handle the next game? Do they defend their points, or will the chase pack make it happen? Because there are at least 3 or 4 teams who've got eyes on the prize and still have 2 games to make it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 4.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
And now we're back from outer space. We've just walked in with 2 games left to hit the pace. Only 3 advanced, 16 came to play. Who's going to win and who has to stay? And hope that group stages in 2 weeks will work for them. Everyone else gets to go to next weekend, where they'll play for their chance to win the first final, get a bunch of PGC points, and be celebrated by thousands, if not millions, of people worldwide. There's a lot on the line in these next 3 games. Gibson, what do you think?
I think that this is the final stand for a lot of these teams. If you don't get something going in game number 4, well, game 5 is essentially game 6 scrims from the references back in the past. One thing's for sure, a lot more competitive than in Europe earlier, and I think the cutoff right now is 32 points. Europe finished on 38 as the cutoff.
Wow. Does that mean we're better?
More entertaining. That's always my route.
Yeah.
It's always weird whenever we talk about like which region's better, because like there's so many different factors in that one. So that's a different rant for a different day.
I'm just Miss Tech Girl who would always find an excuse to throw in a little shot at the Americas whenever she did PEC. So we got to keep that tradition rolling, baby, as we roll into game number 4. The circle likely going to be towards the middle. Will it be focused on Test Track and Neox, or will it be about finding a new Danqing King to win this match? This is the moment. You've got to make a big play. 2 games left, 3 spots available, 16 teams dropping. They got through the qualifiers. They made it to this spot. This is their chance to make a statement that they deserve to be involved as the industry marches forward. This is a very big game. Now, let's take a look at that. You know what? We've had weird circles, Gibson, but it's been fair flight paths, in my opinion.
That's always the way, though. Usually it's nice flight path, bad circle, bad flight path, good circle. So I love that as many things have changed in PUBG over the years. That seems to be at least one consistent line that we keep through.
We like that. I like that consistency. It's like I like that we start on a wrangle every time match for the most part. I love that the old standby is still there, but slowly but surely less so. And I think that shows an evolution as we forced a lot of players to adapt this year. And I think that we've seen over the last couple of months, if not weeks, that adaptation taking place. Some of those challenges today, we saw people have to make choices that they wouldn't normally make because of the perspective change. But I think for the most part, it seems to be pretty smooth as a lot of these guys have made their adjustments.
Yeah, Circle is not going to have to make too many adjustments, as it's pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, a bit further down south. So feels like we're going to be looking at that Bamboo Test Track Stadium area. I personally really enjoy, if you come just to the south of Stadium, you get a really cool like footpath pushy location where you can do lots of cool stuff. But I'm hoping that we at least maybe get some glimpses, because Bamboo yesterday was really, really fun. Given the fact that we also have the plane path in the way that it's set, not too many people have even stretched into this one, so there's a lot of opportunities coming into this one, Toffees.
Now, there's a lot of opportunities for some of our newer teams like Collector, made up of Hazy, Fort Earth, Red Rider, and Dreams, to come out here and make some plays to sort of say, hey, we deserve to get a little bit of respect. How do we talk even about that path to playoff? We're going to check in with Fort Earth and hear a little bit more about their journey to get here.
Signed up for the cups and the scrims like 10 minutes before. I think most of us hadn't played the game in 6 months, so it was very interesting. When you haven't played the game in so long, every time when you're playing from new spots, it feels like the first time you're seeing everything, and it's our first time playing third person, so it was definitely interesting and a struggle. But in the first few weeks we had some stuff familiar to us, and we were able to benefit off of that. So we made a couple of cups, and there was a few flashes where we were actually able to put together some decent stuff. Well, I'd say probably impatience. The concern that we were going to miss out on an opportunity or let someone else take a position that would be determine the entire game. A lot of those situations, if we had just been patient, I mean, we could have had a huge difference in points. So, not a whole lot. One game can determine everything as where you are on the board, especially in a best of 5. So, I mean, like I said in the previous one, just patience. Well, I'm going to hope that we can expect all the zones to shift our direction and we can win multiple games. But more realistically, we're just going to be more focused and more patient.
Does patience pay off? Collector is 100% hoping so. Sitting in that 9th place position right now. They are in a meat grinder position. They are presently tied with Nevermind and What It Takes, with an opportunity to maybe touch into that 3rd place position as long as they have a big game right now.
Yeah, that's it. As long as you're in the top 10 with 2 games left, you've got a chance of getting into the top 3. And this is a team, he says he hopes he can win some games. Matt, were you on the mic with me when they had that big 2-kill win with the BRDM back in was it Cup 3 or Cup 4, or was it me and Poro?
I'm going to tell you something. All of PUBG just becomes one giant game in my brain. I'm not one of those like people that's like, oh, can you remember 16 years ago when this one match happened and this one baseball player? No, that's not me, bro. I'm like, I remember like the big moments and how they connect in. I could not tell you who won game 2 yesterday. No, that's just not how my brain works.
Well, that was a big game for them. A 2-kill win where they did nothing for the whole game except for get the final 2 kills. You know what? They would take it. If they got 12 points now, get them on the 25 with a game to play, I am sure they would be happy enough with it. You know, they're not going to be ecstatic, but they'd be like, yeah, okay, we're going into the final game with a chance. I am Bolivia, though, getting very close to AKA. And I feel like for AKA, you got to be careful. Yes, you're in the top 3. You've got a 10-point buffer, but every game, the landscape changes so much that if Bolivia get these kills and force AKA to fight with a hand behind their back, they could be dropping out of that top 3 after this one.
I'm kind of on the flip side of this one, though. Bolivia, like, see, they're coming into this one pretty loud. So now it's going to be AKA realizing that somebody's next to them. Already spotted out one. AKA has been pretty hot so far today, so unless Bolivia can find some way to get into this firefight fast enough, it's not going to put in anything for him. Daishin does get caught back behind by Viri, so this is very well scouted right now coming up. But Lip 7 already got the knock onto Bad.
Yeah, Viri's going to try confirm out that kill, but Bad will be flushed, or he's attempted to, as well as Nazira begins dropping down a little bit more deployable cover. Molly tossed over the top, but Dark Castle's in the next building over as Lip 7 will hear the push. They're trying to create a smoke wall as well for Bad to get close, but Falcon will step over with the M249 and confirm that kill. Viri's got one of his own up on the high ground, and that nade almost took down Nazira, but Dark Castle uses that nade to close the gap even more, and I Am Bolivia could be in trouble.
They're kind of playing along this wall right now, which has got the capability of throwing a couple of nades through it. There is also the external wall that is exactly what Bolivia is up against. This has made a commitment fight for AKA that I'm not certain that they really wanted. Viri's still playing the high ground back behind it, but the pacing on it's all weird and wonky right now. As you can see, it's just kind of seeing what you can scout, get any information, go for a peek, and you can't really even get a flush due to the way that the wall's set. So nobody wants to push from Bolivia, and nobody wants to come out of the houses right now for AKA. So it's just kind of seeing where there's a vulnerability, and finally Bolivia thinks that they might have found where the solo is, and they're just making an aggressive push right on top of him. Gets the knock onto one, and already spots the second one, follows it up. AKA just takes that one.
36 points now as we get right up close and personal now with the bar that was set by EMEA earlier today. You lost Anshin. Looking at the map, they should be able to get one back, but elsewhere, Collector, they lose dreams at the hands of Tempest. Now, Quinn has been knocked on the other side. Abdu will just peek up over that ridgeline as he hunts it. He's got a Lynx in the back pocket, so Mixu, you take one shot and you can say good night as Tempest look to continue their climb. One good game got them 15 points. Red Rider confirms out that kill, though, and is that enough for Collector to fall back?
Yeah, it looks like one on each side, then retreat. Remember, Collector was talking about the importance of patience, while Tempest was talking about the importance of keeping 4 players alive. So, 2 different squads, similar mindset that probably doesn't want to take too much off of this, but Collector really wants to deal with this because they want to try to find a way that's easier into the circle. Tempest is kind of gatekeeping them. Yes, they are inside the circle, but you have to assume that this is going to go south. Collector doesn't want to have to retreat from this. I think that I saw them getting harassed by Chapinski earlier, so that's kind of why they're forced to play this point that they're playing, just all stacked on top of each other.
For Earth, just still keeping the eye up to Abdu, and the thing for Abdu as well is when you've got the Lynx, you kind of want to take the shot, but you don't at the same time. Your rounds are very limited with that weapon, so you only want to use it when you feel like you're guaranteed to hit that shot.
Especially in phase 1.
Yeah.
You don't want to take the shots in phase 1 because you're like, oh, I'm going to need these later, but I got to make it happen now.
Especially with BRDMs becoming such a factor tonight too. Keep those Lynx rounds for later. Like, he's only got 6 now. I think his best bet is to just keep it. Unless somebody steps into the open, and it's what you would call a freebie, save those rounds. They're gold dust.
Not too much else happening in the circle right now. We do have Nevermind that's just entering from the south around Yulin. Dots playing in from the southwest, so they're pretty okay over there. This circle is, I mean, again, it's got Stadium and Yox Factory at Yulin in it. It even has the river to the north. What do you want? There's enough for everybody to play in this one. This is the first wide open circle it feels like we've had all day today. So all of the teams finally getting some breathing room to kind of cement in their early game plans a bit better.
Looking at the circle as well, Bamboo, which is near enough the center of this one, was where we finished up yesterday when we saw a very big win, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're roughly in that same... Abdu's wasted all his rounds. They're all gone. He's got 1 left. Never mind us. Your gold dust has been turned into pyrite here, as shots are going to come in from the other side. For Earth tries to lock down Hooligan, who made this wide wrap, and he's exposed. This nade, if thrown perfectly, could see Hooligan in a ton of trouble.
Next gets some damage. Looks like he was just trying to shoo him away from the rock, but it's actually going to be Chapinski's. Remember we were talking about them a moment ago? This is the problem for Collector. They can't really go anywhere else, so they're just kind of stuck here. The circle pop still keeps the river in play. Bamboo's going to be the core component just to the south of center. We still also have Stadium. So Inject is going to be in a great spot. Collector doesn't want to stay here too much longer. They can now know that they can go to the north, find some breathing room. Last Breath also hops in their vehicles. They're going to be running right next to Fate, but look at the gatekeep that's going to go on. AKA is already over there. Pest Control is making the sin right into Bamboo. It's going to be Rent-Free just to the west of that, keeping an eye on one who's running a very split approach into this. Back behind it, of course, it's going to be Dots also chasing in back behind us. Last Breath is going to be who we're following running into the hillside.
Pest Control getting flashbacks to yesterday, so they're going to be the ones taking control of Bamboo for now. Chapinski's moving in nearby. The Bizzler tries to catch out Dream 1, and, well, unfortunately for the Bizzler, he cannot take... Oh my god, the last shot. He clicked on empty, he got the headshot onto VPS, and now he is going to rush on up to confirm that kill. Rent-Free, remember, they're 13 points behind the cutoff point as things stand. So single-digit games just is not going to be good enough for them. Goes from bad to worse is what it takes to get a kill on the Lippy as well. Dream 1 losing multiple players on the rotate. And you spoke about a meat grinder. Rotating directly in from the south is as close to clinging to a meat grinder as you're going to get in this circle.
This is an interesting circle as the road that's just to the north of Stadium runs right through the center of it, and that means that we get kind of both the biomes, and it's going to be intriguing to see how teams opt into playing around it. Rent-Free has got eyes on FN external from the circle. I think that this is maybe just to try to cement more of those points, keep momentum up. Do they want to go for it? Looks like they're positioning. They feel like there's an opportunity specifically against FN, the squad that they're competing on the leaderboard right now, 5-point difference. I don't think that Rent-Free wants to play it that crazy, though. There's too many players already set up in defense, so now Rent-Free is just going to go eyes to the circle. Now I'll try to set up a bit more of a gatekeep. Stadium also does have some attention with Duel over there, as well as Dots, and Dots might get some supervision as well as Duel on what's going on with Rent-Free's rotate.
Jam trying to line up a shot here with the M24 onto For Nothing, as you can see he just wasn't quite in the right pixel to land that shot. Now he'll try another one, but the back of the coupe is a tough one to get shots into. Rent-Free, though, they have two very good compounds inside this circle. Yes, they're close together, but it gives themselves a good angle on everything that's going on the southern side at the side of the zone. I think a lot of these teams, Matt, they've discounted the north of the circle now. With the shift that we've gotten, they've decided really, really low chance this goes to the north. So we're seeing a lot more teams just filling in the space on the south.
You got to look at the way the water is going to behave. You got the river to the north, then you've also got the lake that's just external Stadium. That makes it feel like Bamboo is going to be center yet again, with Pest Control taking that point. See, most of the teams are kind of playing in a demi-circle set up on the map right now, just around Bamboo itself, kind of making the expectation of how this is going to pop. Externally on this one, really, we only have one squad that's going to be wrapping in pretty close to Nevermind. That could be its own issue. Dots doesn't feel good close to Stadium, and I don't necessarily blame them, but this is a very open circle, and it looks like Rent-Free is going to be playing a bit more to the north. They don't like playing this far to the south, and the circle actually does go to the west first, keeping in the lake and Stadium and Bamboo.
Dream 1, good position, but only 2 players up. I like where Duel find themselves at this point in time. Pest Control can now be the gatekeepers on that edge as they peek through the Bamboo, and Confa will just go and secure a spot for the rest of the team. He's being the forward scout. He'll go up, check, is this spot safe? And if it is, he'll say to the rest of the team, guys, I think you should join me where I'm at. Dots as well. You know what? They're in the circle here, Matt, but as you said, the lake kind of cuts off a little bit of a line on the southern side. They have to go towards Stadium, and Linguina, almost as we jumped on over, got a knock onto For Nothing.
Yeah, this is intriguing, as now it's going to be For Nothing having to deal with this entrenched positioning coming up from Nevermind. This is very far to the north, pretty isolated, but there is one of the players for FN that's still inside of Stadium right now. I think on top, I don't know for certain, trying to keep some vision, but doesn't matter. With Tulins gets a good knock right on top of him. So Nevermind playing the hillside, close as they can. Sweezy is at least going to get the flush out. Now with that high ground control, Nevermind, while they have this dip, it feels like it's being its own containment. For Nothing is taking wider stances as finally it's a full regroup from the squad.
You know you're a superstar, though, whenever you've got other players naming themselves after you inside the lobby. I know we had a Tongleton once upon a time as well, but this time it is Watulans. as he looks to hold back for nothing. Murillo has been knocked. Watulans should step on over. We'll get an angle onto the Blanco, realizing what's going on. Linguina scouting, giving even more information onto Sweezy's position, but just not really able to take advantage yet. The res is occurring inside the smoke, but for never mind, maybe an opportunity lost temporarily to do real damage onto For Nothing.
Oh, I mean, For Nothing, if anything, I think just once Nevermind to leave them alone and maybe let them rotate into somewhere else. They've got to be careful because where For Nothing is playing is extremely vulnerable. If anybody comes up back behind them, like maybe AKA, maybe Dots, any of those squads playing around Stadium, they know that they're in trouble. They're playing a very open angle to that high side from Stadium, and they know that. That's why they've left Jimu back behind to kind of keep an eye on what's going on over there. Collector, though, bumped into Tempest external from the circle. Last Breath also squeezing from the other side, so Tempest is in some trouble.
Tempest, of course, big game in the last one, saw them rocket up that leaderboard 10 places, but they're still a big bunch of points away from third. 20 points away at this stage of the game, and as you said, in a lot of trouble. Great nade tossed up by Danny, and that puts Quinn down. Hooligan will try to throw on his rebuttal, but Last Breath will get the knock and just get out of there. They know the blues they're using. Actually, never mind. They're sending someone up on the flank. Blazer will try to catch them out. And Collector sniffing blood on the waddle as well. Maybe an opportunity for Collector to get some points on the board.
Collector gets the shots down on Tippet, but Abdu spins it back around onto 4 Earth. Injected taking the shots at the tail end of Last Breath. Forced them onto a new angle, much more to the north. That means that Tempest has a new problem, and Injected, that's 4 different teams that are taking pot shots at him. Collector at least playing the safer side of the hill for the time being, as Last Breath doesn't have any clean options into going for the circle, so instead, it's just time to go for some kills.
Yeah, Blazer sprinting up the hill. Red Riders falling back. Hooligan will find a knock on Andrew, and that just changed Blazer's mind. 3 damage a second. Every second you spend inside this blue as Hooligan will fall, and Tempest are done for. That is them essentially now needing a huge win in the final map of the day if they want to be competing in next week's finals. Mixu seems to be waiting on Red Rider to join him, but for Collector, 3 kills on the board, but another team finding themselves a long way off the cutoff with 1 game to go, but there's still an opportunity to get some points on the board here, Matt.
Yeah, the circle is popped, and it's kept Bamboo in play. That means that Wit's going to be the gatekeeping squad on anybody that rotates out. So Red Rider probably making a send. FN playing the other side of the circle is going to have to deal with 1 right down below them. Nevermind got inside track just to get position. I don't know how much further they're going to go. While this is going on, AKA is trying to make a run right through Dots. Dots is already set up on defense. They were trying to push down into Duel's positioning, so this has gotten really messy for everybody. AKA has one of their players right on top of Duel while this is going on. Nevermind runs right next to Duel, distracts them for just a second. That's allowed FN to get inside the circle. AKA also uses the opportunity to at least get away. While Collector is getting spotted out at range, that's going to be its own issue for them. Dots now has to make a foot push right up on top of Duel, and then still has to deal with Rent Free that's going to be gatekeeping this.
And it's not Duel you want to fight with. You want to take AKA down because they're the closest team to you in the top 3. Dots rotating on past, making their way up towards this glass pie tower, and well, the first shots are going to be fired. Shindo jumps out on the other side. He gets a knock onto Wooly though, but you can see Kane flushing out Spectro. Dots trying to make this a bit of a fortress as Skies peaks with Kine, but damage not really being dealt either way. Wooly is now dealt with, and well, Penta's back in a BRDM here, Matt, and you know what he's going to do.
Try to avoid all of the bullets everywhere is about the only thing you can say. There is a ton of teams over here as it's just time to drop whatever nades you've got. That said, there's a lot of squads that are converging on this point. You might want to try to hold on to those. It's going to be Dots running forward with BRDM. Penta sees it instantly, jumps out, does not want to have to deal with that Panzerfaust. Shane Doe just baiting right next to the smoke, waiting for Penta to go for it, but Penta's not taking the bait.
Oh, if you can throw a nade and force him into the Panzer, this could be the perfect time to force him into the BRDM. It could be the perfect time to use the Panzer. He might have taken the bait. He gets in. The blue zone's there. Shane Doe, he's going to hear it, but the ridge line is going to work against him. AKA, though, right beside the action. Lip will get a kill confirmed, but Shane hit him in the nose with a Panzer. And now Duel know they can wipe out AKA and create a hole for the rest of the lobby.
Still got to deal with Rent Free. That's going to be very close as the circle is popped. Still kept in a decent chunk of Bamboo. Pest Control's going to be holding that down. Fate's already gone for the rock that is just on the outskirts of Bamboo itself. FN's going to be running right in front of Duel in just one moment. Duel still has to get down, and what is this? AKA, all the ways for this to go, it's going to be Pensalol Sharp Shot now with a path into the circle. Where do you go? Up to the north, it's going to be Injected, Wit, Nevermind, and One that all still have to walk into a very open circle.
Oh, Chapinski sending in towards Team Fate. Tater gets himself 2 for the price of 1. He does a ton of damage. The last member of Chapinski's right up against the Dad buff is going to erupt into flames here. He's not liking the heat inside the kitchen, but Chapinski's fall, whether or not they make it into the grand finals, looking pretty hard for them on 10 points with 1 game to go. Team Fate, they are eliminated as well. We're inside the placement points as Rent Free move to 25. The bouncer has looked at his book here, the one with the card that says who is in the top 3. And I think, Matt, there might just be space for another team to join them at this point in time.
Duel making their sin down right next to Rent Free. Rent Free doesn't have the cleanest sight lines onto him. Looks like they're just trying to push. Bizzler chasing after it as fast as possible. BRDM and a rock are going to be just enough cover, but can the nades roll the right way? Gonna bounce down right next to the BRDM, but the tire's gonna do enough to stop it. Pinta's gotta dodge the next set. Rock's gonna put in the work, but there's the BRDM. Absolutely toast. Rent Free's got high ground and looks like they're gonna start the push. Gonna be Honey Badger getting a good toss. They don't even need to push it. Perfectly cooked. Honey Badger sends Duel out. Pest Control still alive. Our top 3, 2 down right now.
Bounced that nade on his helmet, and Free Rent realized this is a huge opportunity for them. They've read the kill feed. They know AKA are out. They know they can close the summit. Scatatastico, he's got a dance here with Dream 1. Wipes them out. 6 teams left alive now as they're the next to fall. Another point for 3 teams getting closer and closer to 3rd place. Watulans from Nevermind. They're up to 17 points now. He's going to go for a dip. He got a little bit hot there for a moment, so cool down in the water because it is about to get crazy with Injected dancing right beside them. Puts up the smoke, gives himself a little bit more cover, but Injected as well on 16 points. They can potentially add to their tally if they can put some work in on Nevermind.
Injected doesn't have much to play. They're just kind of in a field with a couple of hills and rocks. Eyes onto what's going to be going on with Nevermind very close. Rent Free, though, has gotten vision onto Nevermind. It's going to make it a bit dicey. Right in the center of it all is going to be FN. New circle going to pop right now, and FN, Wit, stays strong. Pest Control has their rock that they're playing. Feels like Pest Control and Bamboo are absolutely enjoying this. Every single time the circle gives them exactly what they want, but Injected, Nevermind, and Rent Free all have to move into a completely open circle. Maybe the crate about the most cover you're going to find.
If you showed every single player in the lobby this final circle and asked if they'd be happy with it before the game started, I bet not a single one would say yes to that offer. This is horrible for all of these teams. Injected and Nevermind, they now need to move in. Yes, they're very close to the circle, but every time they stand up, what's there to play, Matt? You need to have deployable cover in your pocket to create something to play, because this is as open as it gets here on Rondo. And Watulans almost lands that Panzer.
You might want to hold on to that one for just a little bit, because vehicles are going to be the fortifications that a lot of teams are going to lean into, specifically in the north. Looks like Rent Free is going to use the distraction of what's going on with what it takes, as well as Injected and Nevermind, kind of creep their way into the circle, maybe try to gatekeep this all out. They want to get as many kills as possible. They are presently sitting 9 out. So if Rent Free can find a foothold in the circle, there's 2 different squads that are going to be walking right on top of him, can maybe find it, but Pest Control thinking the same thing. It's a lot of counter movement right now while we see these shots going on from what it takes into Injected as well as Nevermind, just kind of gatekeeping them.
Good nade from the Bizzler. He drops it right on top of Watulans, and sneak attacks doing damage onto Injected as well. These 2 teams wanted to fight cleanly with each other, but the 2 teams around them in the leaderboard said, no, we want the point. Sneak attack will try to steal this one away, and I think he's gonna, Bizzler gets that point on the board for Rent Free. Another point closer to the 37 target that's been set by AKA so far. What it takes, though, I actually like their position, Matt, because, zonally, they have got one of the better spots in the zone to get the win.
It's going to be intriguing to see this. Rent Free is actually making a sin down to the south. Looks like they're trying to assault the positioning from Pest Control, not making them too comfortable down there. Rent Free has also just got no cover to be had. So it looks like it's just kill, get whatever you can. As Wit is actually being the one to find all the kills on to Nevermind, though. It looks like Bizzler, while he is closer, he doesn't have the angles. And so now this very vulnerable positioning that Rent Free is going to be playing from is going to force a bit more of a regroup. So what it takes has just been very focused on the remnants of Nevermind. And I guess now Rent Free is going to make a send directly at him. What it takes, where are you eyeing this one? Maybe back into pest control?
Maybe, just maybe. Damn, now Rent Free. Badger's going to get caught out on the way in. Nevermind are eliminated, but what it takes move to 10 kills. Rent Free up to 32. The Bizzler jumps on out. Sneak attack gets the knock on him. He's going to try to go for the flush. He's willing to take the knock because he knows he will get rezzed. That is smart play from Sneak attack. You know that you can get the flush. If you go down, the rest of your teams can put down good cover. And then on the other side of things, for nothing, getting pushed by Pest Control here, Matt. All these teams, apart from Pest Control, need the points.
Yeah, Pest Control making the push into this little bit of a dip that FN's been playing for a while. And this is just its own isolated fight due to the fact of what's going to be going on up into the north. That's going to be enough. It's going to be Joshi combined with Comp to finish that one out. Pest Control now has a dip that they can play and some form of cover to deal with the fortifications that Wit's been just chunking down at roughly the same time. Rent Free's just got nowhere to go. Jim's going to get eliminated. So that sets us up into a 4v4. Wit with the high ground, and then in a dip is going to be Pest Control. Not feeling too good about that. That's a paper, rock, scissors style situation where the high ground is always going to have the advantage.
4 versus 3 now. Go signal for what it takes. They know that this could be a monumental win for them. 14 kills. If they can get 3 more, that's a 27-point chicken dinner, which will rocket them into the top 3. But they know they cannot count their points before it hatches. Do not count your chickens before they hatch. Conf peeking over. Lucid with a beautiful spray with the M4 lands a headshot. And there's 2 Pest Control members left. The Pandas pushing towards Bamboo, hoping to feast onto Pest Control. Morns tossing that nade over to confirm the kill onto Pest. It could be good. It could be very good. K-Mind, though, he is a brilliant rebuttal. Back to a 3v2, Matt.
They've now moved into a position. K-Mind is slowed back down the pacing, playing the point on it. Wit still has 2 of their players back playing that high side hill, and that means that Pest Control is having to just play along smokes in this little bit of a ridge. That's all they have, a couple of vehicles, and this is a much longer range firefight combined with a short range firefight at the exact same time. Hot and Spicy wants to come and reinforce, make sure that K-Mind has the time to get Comp back up, but with the pacing slowed back down, there is a world where maybe the meds can get enough time. Molotov goes just a bit too far. K-Mine has to be careful of it, and Hot and Spicy gets the knock. That is a big change on this. K-Mine starting to step forward, but the nade lands right on top of Pest Control. They take a lot of damage. No clean sight lines. It's all smokes, and Wit's trying to play it to make this way closer.
I think it hit the boot of the Dacia, or the trunk as you would say, and bounced just far enough away that it didn't get a kill confirmed. That nade lands on the wrong side of the rock. That one 10 times better. 3 versus 2. What it needs, desperately need this win. Nades being torn, 35 damage each as they're delivered this way. Rez being attempted once more. The explosion sends the Dacia soaring into space, but it's not space that what it takes want to get into. It's the top 3. Back to a 3v3 once more. The MG in the hands of Pest Control. What it takes, you feel like they are limping their way through. What was a fantastic opportunity is a straight up 3v3 battle. And I wouldn't put it past Pest Control with the weapons they have on doing some damage.
They've had to burn so much smoke to get to this stage, though. They don't have much, and that's the only cover and safety that they've been playing from. What it takes is crept forward, managed to find the fortifications of all the teams that came before them, and have center dot. Pest Control has been taking damage and knocks over and over again, so it feels like the attrition war is in what it takes favor. 14 kills and stacking it over and over again, but they've burned all their nades. They've thrown everything they could at Pest Control, and Pest Control has not relented. They've held it together for just long enough to slow back down the pacings, to start getting their feet back underneath of them and force a much more mental battle onto what it takes. But can they find the knock at the right opportunity? Here comes the roll around the side. Comp jumps out. Shots connected. K-Mine gets it off the start, but Sneak Attack retaliates.
Oh, this is big. Conf is going to dance again. Conf gets another one. Sneak Attack is down. It's 1 member left for what it takes. Sneak behind the rock. And there's another opportunity. Look, Morns is literally saying he's right here. He's on the body saying this is where you need to focus your attention on Comp. Hot and Spicy, though, beginning to try to wrap with that MG3. Pest Control doing the rest of the lobby a favor here by turning this one on its head. But what it takes, they can taste the top 3. They're so close. I just don't know what Sneak Attack can do. Look at this. He's got no nades, no smokes, no mollies, no stuns, and almost no ammo. Just one round with 24 in reserve, Matt.
Cover now has switched over to pest control. Got to be careful. They've got to play this slow. They don't want to overpeak on the side. Sneak Attack gets a knock onto K-Mine, turning this back into a 2v1. With the way that this is set, Sneak Attack has the center dot under his control, and it's going to be onto pest control to take the time to make the push at the right moment. It's got to be two at the exact same time to force him away. It feels like all the throwables have been burnt, but Sneak Attack just gets to use the rock, use all of the information on all of the movement. A couple of pieces of utility have been found by pest control, now starting to throw them out. Can they connect, get the blind up, and it's just enough to sneak around from one car to the next.
Oh, that nade could have done it there and then for pest control, but still, Sneak Attack is essentially sat on the center point of the circle. No helmet on some of the pest control players, which might just open the door. He dropped as many. He's given himself the extra 20 rounds inside the M4, but for pest control, you've got options. You could potentially go for a drive-by, but I don't think you can get inside the Blanco without Sneak Attack getting at least one kill. They send Conf on the move, though. He's going to close the gap. That forces Sneak Attack up, a ton of damage done, and Conf took matters into his own hands. He gets it done. Pest control win, and it just about keeps What It Takes out of the top 3 with one game to go.
Absolutely nail-biter ending there, Toffees, as it was just pest control fighting from Bamboo and Wit fighting everything in the north.
Pest control made it their personal mission not to let Wit get in the top 3, and that's what it felt like. It was a long, drawn-out fight at the end, but at the end of the day, it's not what happened in that game. Gibson is not what I hoped. I hoped that 2 or 3 other teams would get in the race, and it wouldn't just be a runaway, and it is now. There's at least 3 teams that I think are going to be battling for that 3rd position, if not the 2nd, and that means one more match that's going to be very exciting.
It does. Look, there's, 3-4 teams in with a chance of getting that final spot. I think if you're not into the 30 points at this point in time, you're probably not going to make it in. So for What It Takes, heartbreak to not get that win, but they can be proud. They've put themselves in with a chance going into the final game. And after a couple of days dominated by South American teams, you've got a bunch of North American teams hunting down a spot that's currently being held by AKA from the South.
Yeah, it was actually pretty exciting to watch them make that move there at the end. It's also not lost on me, Matt, when we talk about the teams that have made it into this sort of top 5 battle position. Almost all of them are teams that we thought, even on day 1 in some of these instances, would be options to advance. So I'm not shocked at who's up there. I think what's more shocking is that there are so many teams that are going to be in the fight that, I thought may already be through.
Yeah, it felt like we kind of had it cemented in those first 2 games because everybody was starting to run away, but suddenly it's just going to be a back and forth, everybody finding these big games, 14 kills, 17 kills. It's just a constant climb and nipping at the hills. 3 only advance, and that is absolutely absurd given the fact that the level of competition we're starting to see is, it feels like everybody's letting the adrenaline start to take over a bit and starting to go, no, I can do this, I can get the fight, and are just clawing for every single point that they can find.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get knocked at the end and not win the game, you want pest control to be the one that beats you, Gibson. So that, at the end of the day, is like you guys are playing out of your minds. This is great news for you. What It Takes putting in some pretty good moves. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Pest control, I think they're okay at 60 points. They've almost doubled the teams in 3rd and 4th place, like the lowest qualifier. That is absolutely insane to me. Duel at 46, a team doing what we expected them to do early on, steps up and makes some plays here. You heard Wooly in that interview yesterday. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, go back and check out our last interview yesterday as he talks about their plans for today and his expectations. They're definitely living up to it. And then here it is, Gibson, AKA rent-free, What It Takes, tight race for 3, and for nothing, not out of it either.
Nothing or not out of it, but they need to get a win and have a lot of things go their way in order to get into that top 3. I think that What It Takes and Rent Free are going to play so smart in this next game. They've got to make sure every decision counts. But what can I say? Like, teams that we have been beating the drum on all day long and all weekend long, finally getting the spot secured in the top 3. Like, it took 3 days But finally, Duel and Pest Control are showing what they're worth.
All right, let's play a quick game. Here we go. You ready for this? I'm going to ask you of those teams, and I'm going to say you can include also known as. So also known as Rent Free, what it takes, and we'll even say for nothing. Which of those 3 teams, or those 4 teams, gets that 3rd spot? We're going to assume Duel advances because I don't have the time for 2-team math work.
I'm just going to say right now, as much as I love Rent Free, it feels like AKA has got the momentum. They're playing much cleaner and much more efficiently right now. They're finding points in some more desperate situations. But Rent Free has also had a much harder path into the circle a couple of times. So hard to say.
What do you think, Gibson?
I got to flip a coin here. I've got 2 teams in my head. I think What It Takes or Rent Free are going to get it. Flip the coin, and it's Rent Free. That's what the coin says. Rent Free is who's going to take it. I don't know What It Takes momentum.
Here's the thing. Rent Free will do whatever it takes, and they'll take those risks. I think What It Takes, on the other hand, if they catch a decent circle, at least one of them, they'll make a big push. We're going to find out what it takes to live rent-free in these duels going forward. Do you go for all pest control, or is it also known as total domination? We'll find out when we get back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
The time is now. The moment is here. The place is PAS Day 3. 3 spots available. The race is on for who gets to go to the grand final. At the start of Game 4, we thought it might be a 3, possibly 4-horse race, but with some aggression at the end, some teams really stepped up. They proved that maybe they have what it takes, Gibson, to also be known as one of the top 3 teams.
Yeah, those angry pandas didn't necessarily get the chicken dinner around Bamboo, but they certainly munched on a bunch of kills and got themselves into contention. But it's a couple of teams trying to get that final spot, and the one spot that I never know whether it's good to be in third going into the last game.
Exactly.
Or to be the team that's just behind, because it can change your mindset entirely.
Okay, let me ask. I'm going to ask Matt, but I'm also going to ask chat, because it rhymes with Matt, so that's fun. In chat, I want you to put a Y if you would rather be in third and be in that position where you got to defend it, or N if you would rather be in fourth and be in one of those places where I got to push. I'm like 3 points behind, but I know that I got to make moves. Because that's tough, Matt. Which would you prefer?
Oh, always being in third place. Because then if I mess up, I lost. That's the way I would much prefer to see it. And having to chase somebody and hope that they falter is always going to be way harder.
That makes sense. I get what you're saying. Now, the other hand, though, and this is where I think it's a little tricky, Gibson, it's not just one team in the chase. It's 2 teams at 33. So not only can you not play defensive as AKA, but there's multiple teams that have strike distance, but also how tough for those 2 teams with 33, because not only do they know I got to play aggressive, but they still have to think about those other guys.
Well, now you've got to do the maths the whole way through the game. You're watching the kill feed and going, okay, now Rent-Free have got an extra point. Okay, what it takes, have got a point. Oh, AKA have lost a player. You've got to keep your eye on all of that that's going on, because every single point is going to matter. I would rather be in 4th or 5th going into this if the gap is as close as it is, because I like being the one on the hunt. Yes, Matt, can you say being in 3rd, you know that if you if you don't get through, it's because you messed up. But at the same time, there's just something nice about being in the chasing pack, and the bit more of aggression it forces teams to play with. Flight path, not very good at all for a lot of these teams. Very focused on that side. And we're looking at where those spots are, Toffees. I think the circle that we've just been given, AKA getting an early rub of the green.
You know what? We're already getting action. I'm going to step out. Gentlemen, it's car chase time.
Dots and FN right on top of each other. This is a gamble play right off the start. Dots, I don't know. This is just kind of dicey on several different sides of it. But, I mean, if you can get something going early enough, you can at least get a res. FN, though, this is exactly what you do not want. This has made everything just so weird and messy for you at the start.
Yeah, you lose one, and you know they're on 13 points, so really they're not really in the hunt for getting into the top 3, but it'd be nice to finish things with a bang. Remember, we will see them again in 2 weeks' time as they run this gauntlet all over again in a lobby that might not be all too dissimilar from this one, but you're down to a 3. Maybe you can get the blue chip, get your teammate back, but not the best start. Chapinski's, they get a kill on the board, but again, Matt, Chapinski's really disappointed with them today after how they performed yesterday.
I mean, whenever we look at how they were playing through the other sections of it, you could tell that there was still some things that they needed to polish on. It felt like maybe they had figured out last time. But whenever you're playing through these types of cups, there's always going to be a learning process and a growth period that happens, such as how far do you actually chase a team that you've gotten some kills on, especially if you really want to mess them up, because Shane Doe's got some goals and 4-0's like, bro, we got to find some loot, and it feels like there is 4-0 inside these buildings.
I think he was trying to get here knowing that the other teams might not have like enough ammunition or weapons to be involved in a fight, but Sweezy just about got the AK up. Iron sights again. It's easy for Sweezy as he finds a few more. He's got 16 rounds left for the AK, but he's got plenty in the Veki. And at this point in time, I see a crossbow. I see a crossbow. Give us a crossbow. No, Sweezy, how dare you take that away from us?
That's some points early for FN, though. While it does come at a casualty of 1, 4 points puts them much closer to that 3rd place cut line. I don't feel like necessarily we can count them out yet. There could be a big game. This is already starting to be a dicey situation for a lot of these squads. Eyes on the circle. Duel's going to be up on top of Stalber, which is still inside the circle. Yaznai is going to be the center point that Bolivia is going to be playing from. Just south of them, we're going to have Rent-Free, a.k.a. just to the east of that. Chapinski's going to be playing over in Lippo. Tempest making an early rotate, while Fate's going to be the only other squad really inside the circle. Everybody else kind of extraneous to this, with 3 squads down in military base right now. We're eyes on to Nevermind and Last Breath holding out over here, while Wit is making a cross over that western bridge pretty close to where FN is at.
Matt, I have a question though. Has another person just put themselves on the sofa and picked up a controller and joined the game? With FN picking up those 4 early points, they're just 9 points off the race now too. So what was essentially a 4 to 3 team race has become a 4-team one.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, those 4 points get them back in the hunt for it to try to get them situated. Now, can they capitalize off of this big question? Last Breath, though, they've got goals. They're going to be chasing after Nevermind, at least getting some control on the tail end of it. Bumps into a rock at the worst time, and Blazer punishes it.
Yeah, and Blazer's got to go back and try to confirm that kill. You know there's only 1 player there now. He's rushing to try to get the res, but they're taking a really wide loop here, just trying to stay safe. You can see that he was looking for a smoke, managed to get the bloom, drive through it. Just send the car right through the middle of the smoke. The res is going to be attempted. But I think they've just done a pickup instead. Put him into the coop. Get on the move. Hunt them down, because you know that player cannot seat swap to shoot back.
Yeah, Last Breath couldn't really go after that, given the fact that the rock was set up over there and they didn't want to risk bumping into it or the other vehicle that was. So I don't necessarily blame them. Now it's just going to be a chase, though. And this is down on military, nowhere near the circle. So if you've committed at this point, just keep committing, I guess. That's the whole plan that you can really do. Is it is just everybody in their dogs chasing after this, rolling right into where Nevermind's gonna be at. Jumps right out. Andrew's got goals. He goes down when Tulins managed to get Andrew down. Lost, though, trying to commit into the res. Last Breath, though, they ain't done. They're sending in some more.
Yeah, well, Tulin's getting a kill on the board, but Last Breath, knowing this could be their last chance on the day, or at least their last chance to have some fun with it, are bringing the fight. 26 rounds in the barrel. Not too many more for Watulans either, again, as these teams are fighting so early. Here's the drive-by. The coop's going to be there. Lost gets 1. Blazer trades it back instantly. Last Breath with 2 players up. Watulans, 28 bullets now. The barrel fires pretty quick, but Blazer with a scar, he finds Lost, and this is a real battle between these 2 teams. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh,
oh no,
Watulans!
No! The pressure hits, and he just barely messes up the throw. He goes down at the worst time. Looking back between the 2 of them, pacing set, and it's going to be a very intriguing. Looks like Last Breath's going to try to go for the res. Blazer playing the more aggressive position, seeing if he can sneak around, get up into the face of everything that's going to be going on the opposing side. Res trying to be set up on that side as well. Looks like Lost should get back on his feet roughly the same time that Arv has.
Watulans doesn't even deserve to get back up after that, to be honest. But Scatatastico is going to try to give him the healing hands anyway. Lost tosses a boozy just to buy themselves a little bit more time to fully regroup as all 4 members are up. Blazer not too far away on the other side as 10 damage is ticked on the side. Watulans falls for the 2nd time. It's another nade, but at least this time it wasn't thrown by himself. But Last Breath putting up a really good fight with Lost here.
Nevermind, playing it very much more carefully now, listening for footsteps. All around the back flank of it, Danny gets an easy shot to get another knock, realizes where the other one is. This is all about how much armor and meds you still have, and it looks like Nevermind has nothing to work with. Jumps through, Danny playing around the other side of it, listening for footsteps. Other approach, Blazer pops off in a big way, and it is a problem. There is nowhere to go. Running in, Blazer literally on fire after the hunt, and Nevermind is eliminated.
Nevermind down and out, and that's a couple more points on the board for Last Breath, who put themselves into 11. But again, it all went wrong when Watulans threw that nade. Elsewhere, rent-free. They're a team that are in the hunt. They're right on the point with 33 points, just 4 behind. And Dream 1 are going to crash. So Dream 1 making a push on one side. Yes, we got Collector in a fight here, but I'm really curious to what's happening on as Gats gets a kill on the board.
Back and forth between it, as now low side approach coming up from Collector. Looks like they're trying to flank around. Chapinski, got to be very careful. Dream 1 now dealing with rent-free other side of this. got their external wall around Alamo that they're going to be trying to play from. They've got to be careful. Injected might be able to take a couple of pot shots in their butt if they're not fast enough on this one. And they realize it. Dream 1 makes the push, finds an open building yet again. It's full on reinforcements, but notice Honey Badger put himself into a very dangerous position right next to Injected. This is an isolated player for Rent Free, now having to regroup at Bizzler. Here's the footsteps, spots it, plays it much slower, and is just waiting to see whatever his moment to pounce will be.
They have absolutely no clue. The Bizzler looks like he's activated. He does a ton of damage. Steps inside. XH is going to fall. His nade will drop on top of Gats, though, as one player is going to fall on both these sides. Jam, he sees Bizzler fall. He's going to get caught out as well. So for Rent Free, they're on 34 points. It's not enough. They need to win this. Demon, the last player alive, confirms out Bizzler. Moving into the next step, Rent Free can't afford to go down, and they don't. Dream 1 eliminated, and Rent Free right on the cusp, Wrestling's third spot away from AKA, and they are on the hunt.
But Injected now made a push directly on top of Rent Free. Chapinski's still going to be trying to hold on what's happening here. Looks like they've managed to get control, find the kills onto that. But what's going on with the Injected push is my question, as they rolled right up onto the Alamo.
Going to keep an eye on the kill feed. Looks like not much has happened at all. Choppy was just peeking up over it, but Rent Free, but 3 players back up. Now I pose the $1 million question. Do they give up this liquid compound to go to get the recall station that's a little further south to bring back their 4th? Or are they confident with 3 players standing? You look at the player that's down. It's Bizzler. He is a demon. I think it's worth the risk for Bizzler.
I don't know. I mean, keeping 3 up in that Alamo is really, really strong. I feel like it's a late game position. We'll have to see how the circle's going to pop. Injected's going to run right up next to Duel. Pest Control making their run in. AKA trying to make a landfall right into Yasnaya. Looks like they are going to steal it with at least 3 as Lip 7 does go down. Yasnaya core component inside of this circle is we are just losing teams and players everywhere. We're at 12 and 43 alive in phase number 2.
But here's the big thing, Matt. AKA have just bet it all on black. They have landed inside of Yaz, hoping that it's going to hold on to the circle. It's not a bad decision. When you look at all the terrain around Yaz with those open fields, it's better to be in the city. That at this point, if it goes that way, and maybe the risk that you could take later, because you can get points going from building to building. You can keep players alive and in positions where maybe you can sneak some points away. But I'm really curious for that next shift, because if it shifts away from Yaz, that decision will not pay back.
Yeah, I don't feel good about making a just committed jump into Yasnaya, not having any vehicles at this point. But I mean, you at least leapfrog in, and maybe you're playing exactly like you're talking about. It's just a numbers game and a bet. It feels like we don't tend to get Yasnaya ins too often. As Rent Free looks like Honey Badger is going to try to go for that run that you were talking about, but look at how punished it is. Multiple angles, 4-4-0, but they don't get the knock. Honey Badger's got to get away from this one. He's trying to go for the res onto his teammate, and he's just getting continually harassed, and the cost is high. Now Rent Free down to 2.
They made the decision. They wanted to bring back the Bizzler, and they've lost Badger for it. Now all of a sudden, if you're reading the kill feed, you're thinking this is risky. Now look at it. AKA not really fighting with a full squad, nor are Rent Free. Is that a door opened for what it takes, or for Nothing, who found another kill in the midst of all the action? Tempest, 18 points, too far away in my opinion to really make that move up inside the top 3. Oh, this is going to be close. If I'm what it takes, I'm licking my chops right now, because you know the 2 teams above you, yes, they've got more points, but you're the team with the numbers.
Or Nothing finding all of these kills at the start has put them so close to being in touching distance. AKA and Rent Free both faltering. Wit, though, eyes onto the circle, are down into the southwest on a 2-2 split, playing on those compounds just on the outside to the east of apartments from school. Yasnaya, multiple teams hunkered down inside of it, AKA just kind of focused together inside of one building. Not too much else they could do. They did at least manage to get away from Fate and Bolivia both. As Injected, looks like they're going to be taking a couple of pot shots into Pest Control's positioning, I believe, as Pest Control is trying to regroup in the dips.
Yeah, and again, Pest Control, they're playing with house money at this point. They're through, they're 60 points. They can just try to get another one at this point. See if you can really get momentum going into finals next weekend. And they made us wait. I'm not going to lie, Matt. I was going into the day going, I don't know if they'll make it based on what we saw on day 1 and day 2. But this is as dominant a day from Pest as we have seen even over the course of the Cups. And they are in a prime position. Circle does look like it's going to pop. It hangs on to Yaz for that little bit longer, Matt. But last breath look like they're going to join the party in the city.
Oh, this is just a desperation play, it feels like, is trying to get something going back on, as this is the firefight in the squads that we saw down into that like military base firefight. So you just got to come in late. Not necessarily going to fault you too much for this choice. It feels like Yaz and I are right on the edge, just going to push this down into the fields where Pest Control is feeling very strong.
Matt, look at this. This is for nothing. The team that's currently sat in 6th, making the crash on the rent free. This could be the tournament here for either of those teams. Jam gets the opening kill. Down falls Lyle. Does that change the minds of for nothing? Because they know who this team is. Gats jumps inside the bath, but there's no water, so he'll burn. He gets the nade on the Murillo. He confirms the double kill as well. 2 more points for nothing, being torn apart at the seams. Sweezy is up, but you can see Gats has got the double shotgun. He gets it on the Sweezy. What a hold this is from the 2-man for Red Free.
Jimu, the last one up. 2 different angles. Jam one side, Gats on the other. Very open windows. And it feels like it's come up exactly the way that Rent Free wants it after those 2 early casualties. Good shots, though. Forced Jam away from the angle. Now Gats has to play this a lot more carefully. Injected also now going to become involved. Wit, here's what's going to be going on. Chapinski, everybody's got eyes on what's going to be happening on this point. They want to get involved and they want to finish this one out. They know that there's an opportunity. All these squads on the climb have an opportunity, but they need Rent Free to fall, and they have not done it.
This is absolutely insane, and what it takes are going to get stalled out by Jupinski's for just a few moments, and that buys this time fight a little bit more time. Choppy is here, Injected are making the crash as Plushy and Choppy are trying to just join the party, and what it takes will now begin moving in towards this liquid compound as well. Jimu still alive. Gats is going to fall at the hands of Choppy, and now there's just one member of Rent Free left alive. It's going to be Jam. He is in the bungalow. They've got 40 points. That is the cutoff at this moment in time. And Jam, can you hang on? Can you stay alive? Maybe, just maybe, Injecting and what it takes could do you a favor and fight with each other, and you could steal 1 or 2 more kills.
James just got to play this as quietly as he can. Hope the fact that Injected pushed to the other side. The problem with it is the easiest path is into his compound. What it takes, not taking the bait just quite yet. Chapinski's has stalled them out just enough, not allowing them to move forward. The circle slowly closing down. Feels like everybody's eyes are drawn now into the Rent Free position and how much Jam can just stay alive. 7 kills has bought them a lot of points, but it's not a ton of breathing room as we do pull back into Yasnaya. The gamble paying off big for AKA, as now Jam has found himself completely entrenched and surrounded and is praying that everybody will just leave, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Now, utility starting to come in Jam's direction.
Double barrel at the ready. Stun grenades being thrown. What it takes have left. They're not going to push into this one. They know that Rent Free only have 1 player left alive, and they're not going to risk a point or 2 or a player or 2
for this
extra kill.
Set the wall
shotgun,
so that way you can
smoke.
go for the shotgun and then go for the reload inside the bathroom. He wants to go for 4. He has to.
Oh, Matt, I don't know. This is going to be so tough. The fire is burning. The crate is there. He's got meds, but Injected are inting so hard on the Rent Free right now. AKA eliminated. That's good news for Rent Free. But with what it takes on 34 points, is 40 going to be enough?
Here comes the push. Utility starting to come through. 2 blinded. Gets the shots on a 1, but that's going to be all he gets. Rent Free goes down. 40 points. Now what it takes, 34. You've got to get 6 points at a climb, and you're right on the edge of the zone. Injected right next to you. Japinski going to be chasing after you, and there is open fields ahead with Neuron no cover to be had.
6 points is the difference for what it takes. They've got a ton of placement points in the bag already, so if they get to 40, they should be safe inside the top 3. Jimu still alive for FN, but he's the only player left up, so I feel like their push for the top is now falling. And it looks like Injected might have forgotten about the fact that Jimu is still here. Simplicity has no clue. He's going to walk on past, and this could be free for Jimu.
Was prepping something there and decides against it. Jimu just got to be quiet. Be like, oh, yeah, you guys hop in your vehicles, go. Maybe leave me 1. I would surely appreciate it. But Injected has eyes on the same dip location. No, they do pull away. They do not crash into Wit. And Jimu gets some breathing room and maybe a path into the circle, but it's going to be right on top of Whip. They do actually opt to go in the same position. Wit takes, got nades prepped. They're going to toss him right on top of Injected. Does not get a knock just quite yet. Finally gets one, but there is a counter knock. Injected Simplicity takes down Lucid, and now it is 3 up. Both sides make that 2 up. Injected in some trouble playing this high side. Too many third parties are going to be a problem as now Duel is on the hunt.
Rent-free, you're watching this right now and begging that Injected can do the exact same thing to what it takes. Lucid on a big timer. Jimu steps on up. He's putting it into the back of Injected, which might just feed what it takes an extra few points. Great nade. One more on the back for what it takes. Choppy is down for nothing. Are eliminated as the blue does a job, but what it takes are back up to a full 4. You can see there's not really many nades, not really many mollies. They used them all on that initial push from Injected. But they know with just a few points available here this could be a massive chance to climb.
Sneak wanted to play into the smoke. He was thinking about it, decides to pull away. He just wanted to make sure that he has the space. Do they even have the vehicles to get out of this is the question. All those nades landing on top of what it takes has denied them so much. Look at the vehicles just in flames over there. Do they have to make the commitment onto Injected at this point, or do they just wait so long? Duel's going to be gatekeeping this. Pest Control is now going to be gatekeeping this. There is no clean path. And now these two teams are just stuck next to each other. Injected has absolutely screwed over any rotate that Wit wants to go for.
Wit, all 4 up. You can see damage being dealt once more. Another molly tossed deep, and a sharp shot from Duel, who gets the knock onto Stokely. More shots from the side. Plushy does a lot of damage on the Morns. He can't get the knock. Choppy is going to get a quick double, and all of a sudden, what it takes are in real trouble here. But they get the kill. Few more points on the board for what it takes, and they are getting closer and closer to that mark of 3rd place.
2 up going for the res right now. Blue zone quickly just trying to land right on top of them. They have to go fast. What do they even have tools to work with? Pest Control's K-Mine already holding an angle, waiting. Duel on the other side. They fought so hard, but 2 different squads waiting to absolutely destroy them. Other side of this, it's going to be Tempest in a lot of trouble. They made the wrap into Yasnaya. Fate's going to be the squad that's holding them out, and there is just near on nowhere to go. Wit's hopped into vehicles, though. They're going to be running. I don't care what's going on here. I'm going to keep casting the rotate. Wit runs right into Pest Control. Big problems for them as Fate does manage to hold. Cop gets the knock onto Lucid. Wit now going on the other side, trying to get around Duel.
All they got to do is stay alive. A couple more placement points. They're making the full send. They're in the blue. They're wrapping around, and they should find a dip that will enable them to play just a little bit longer. They're going to limp their way in, but 2 more teams fall, and a kill goes their way, and they will be in the grand finals. This dip, though, this is their spot, but Chupinski's could be a problem, Matt. They've got an angle if they peek up over that ridge, or is the tree just providing enough cover? No, they do have an angle. Louis Zera with a big bolty.
But they can't do anything really just due to Bolivia's positioning. Problems on the other side of it. Fate's going to be finishing out what's going on with Tempest. The Duel now has eyes on going on Pest Control. Big nade comes out from Hot and Spicy. Pentalol goes down. Quick run in coming up from Duel, though. They want to make sure that they finish this one strong. 62-49. Firefighting between them. 2 players for Duel now down. Nades trying to be prepped up as Pest Control pushing the other side. Has one of their players down. Open in the field. And it's going to be everybody taking pot shots into this. Anybody from Yasnaya who has high ground has some vision.
Remember, every team that falls as well as 1 more point into the back pocket of what it takes as they look to get closer and closer. Duel, though, they want to do some damage onto Pest Control. Look at the nade soaring through the sky. Bounces just about far enough and gets another knock. K-Mine and Joshi, the last 2 Pest Control players standing. Duel looking to get the work done. 3 players up against the 2. Smoke everywhere in the fields. The fog of war has descended, and it looks like what it takes still haven't got the res. Here comes Chupinski's.
They roll right in. Nade right in front of what it takes. They need just a little bit. Car crashes in front. Nade does pop. It's going to be sneak attack down. Marcelus goes, and what it takes falters right at the end. They couldn't get the last few points. Our top 3 look cemented.
Oh my, Chupinski's just brought the fight to what it takes and wiped them into the next set of playoffs. They will be back in 2 weeks' time. K-Mine, he falls out in the open. Joshi inside the smoke. just waiting to maybe be the last player standing. And here come Team Fate again. Another team leaving Yaz to push a team on the edge. And Tater gets it done. Pest Control eliminated. And Fate move up to 8th.
Fate continue their push right into Duel's face. No fear really on any side of this. Chapinski doing a great job of keeping the harassment onto Duel and forcing them not to have a path into this circle. Inside Yasnaya itself, we still have Olivia and Last Breath kind of fighting, but that is an external fight that we don't really want to deal with at the time. It's going to be Duel trying to see if they can right and maybe get a position on this one. Wooly's going to be playing aggressive, hoping that he can distract something. Sends it right into the face of Fate, but it is going to be Duel now eliminated. Fate just racking up the kills.
And it's just too little too late, though. Had they shown this level of performance in earlier maps, they wouldn't be. And Chapinski's are at it again. What is it about this side? They're just having fun with it, Matt. They're going from fight to fight because why the hell not?
I mean, nobody wants to deal with the sight lines and high ground control that Bolivia has. So instead, you just send it over here, hope that you can maybe get something inside the fields. But look at all the utility coming out from Chapinski. 7 kills. They've got eyes to set up more, but Fate on the other side of this has absolutely been popping off at 9. Smokes down. It looks like Fate doesn't like the way that this is set. Tries to reposition their vehicles a bit more, and it is Chapinski's on the hunt, man. They do not stop this push. They are just chasing down Fate, giving them no time to set any of these smokes.
Yeah, Gabuto's going to erupt into flames now. He drops down to 46. You can get a little bit of tick there, but Dad Buff is just putting in serious work for Team Fate. 9 kills for them, and potentially more to come. This is going to be heartbreaking for them, because if they get the win here, they're going to be so close to 40, but they're not going to be quite there. Chapinski's on the move once more, though, as this going to be a Yaz Fields ending.
Chapinski slow back down, hop in their vehicles. Looks like they've got eyes back into the east. Olivia has moved more aggressive into Last Breath's positioning inside of Yasnaya itself, but Chapinski's looking like they're trying to prep for the timing on the circle. 2, 1. Did they play it right? They are inside the circle, and the only squad to be in there at the time, so they can play the ridge line. It looks like that's going to be where Oracle's setting for. Now, Team Fate has no cover and a bold push that they have to make to get into the circle. Last Breath, the same thing, dealing with the last little bit of a building that's still inside of Yasnaya. Oh, here we go. Big problems right now as Last Breath. How are you going to get out of this? They've thrown down a couple of smokes. Looks like they're trying to navigate moving forward. No real clear way to handle this one. They're just hoping the smokes provide enough. The only benefit to it is the fact that while this is going on externally, Fate's going to be making their push right into Chapinski's rolls, right along the hay bales. It's going to be numbers advantage. Gets the shots. Tater pops off in a big way. Vehicle doing massive amounts of damage. Chapinski's in some trouble, and Oracle goes down. They are eliminated, and Fate has the fields. Back over into the north, though, Bolivia having to deal with a push right on top of them as great shots come up, opening a path for Last Breath to find some way to get into the circle. They've also spotted out the last member, taking a couple of shots. No good hiding spots. Cambia up on top of the roof, gets punished, and now it is going to be Last Breath barely squeaking their way out of the buildings up into the north, creeping in against Fate, who's cemented into the south. Now looking forward, everything is timed out. Slow back down the pace, but look at Last Breath. They're trying to creep their way out as fast as possible, trying to get in position. Arv is going for a far western flank to try to keep a contain onto Fate. Fate's got this little bit of a dip that they were playing, and they haven't had any time to recover. 30 points right now, and it feels, just like Gibson was talking about, a little bit too late. Other side of this, Last Breath, 9 kills. Big game. Pedal to the metal for both of these squads. But is it going to be enough to set up momentum moving into the week after next? Blazer, eyes on an exploding vehicle. See if maybe he can set that one on fire as well. They do have a wall to play, but it's going to be open fields galore and problems. Fate at least already inside the circle with some level of control. The high ground, you can see Last Breath playing, not going to be enough. It's just not got the vision onto the dip, onto this angle. So Last Breath, while they fought for this position, they're going to have to leave it here relatively soon, as we are still in phase number 8. So there's still, or phase number 7. So we still have phase number 8 that's going to be popping after this. Going to move in, and that's going to make it a little bit dicier for Fate, as they have now lost their ridgeline cover that they were playing for and have to figure out how they're going to do it. They've got the tools. Flanker's got a great weapon in his hand, but he has to hit the knock at a great time to give them the capabilities to move forward. There's no easy path on this one, except for maybe Tim Fee's position, but that's just going to be another external point right on the edge of the zone. But if that's all they've got, that's all they can take. Because Flanker does hit a great shot on Andrew, and that screws up the entirety of the timing and pacing that last breath we're trying to set. Is there time for the res? Looks like it could be, as they're going to creep back up there, get that set. And I don't think that Arv has been spotted. I haven't seen any shots go his direction, but it feels like Fate keeps eyeing, looking over there, expecting somebody to go for a flank around to that side and try to find something. Last Breath has gotten the res, trying to get everything set. Now they've got to move down into the low sections, losing their high ground. They at least have tools and smoke. They've been firefighting inside the city for so long, picking up these kills with plenty of time to get their crates back into a good order. Now they can use all that utility, all the benefit from those firefights to keep creeping forward, and now has managed to at least get to a hay bale and decent some vision onto what's going on with Fate.
4 versus 4, and just look how close they've gotten themselves. 4 more placement points if they get the win, and 4 kills would leave them just 2 points off where they needed to be. Last Breath on 26 as well. A good performance for them in the final game as they look to finish off their first round of PAS with a bang. Arv behind the hay bale. Do they know he's here? The molly would certainly seem to do so. Erupts him in the flames. He's going to fall back and go prone. This is a big push from Team Fate. And this is so much better as Taylor gets the knock onto Arv.
Gotta be careful playing along these smokes right now. Team Fate realizes it. Near on, no vision to be had. Nade lands right on top of Tater. Blazer managed to put it in the exact spot that he needed to. He's got eyes on what's going on with smokes. He's going to be the guy watching any movement on the other side of this, juking around, trying to use even the UAS, hay bales, anything to try to get some vision up over the smokes to see what's going to be going on with the movement on the other side. Isolated. Tim Fee looks like he's going to be the exact focal point that Last Breath is going to be going for, but the timing for it has slowed back down enough that Fate feels like they can go for the res.
Yeah, and they're going to go for it, but look at how close Andrew's going to get. Need to be covered here from Dad Buff. Good shots from Flanker as he's able to get a knock onto Andrew. More good shots from Timfey as he peeks on over. They're doing a ton of damage onto Last Breath. Another knock from Timfey, and there's just one player left. Team Fate get the win, and they get to 38 points, Matt. They were just 2 points away.
Massive game, just a little bit too late, Toffees, as we had a last-minute contender whose fate was already sealed.
If there was ever a story in the world of PUBG, that story is too little, too late. And so often, Gibson, it really comes down to not just a bunch, but two actual points that set you back and make you have to try again in a week's time.
They always say don't tempt fate, but with Rent Free going down when they did, they really did tempt fate. But in the end, they escaped the fate. They just about get over the line. 40 points was the target here in North America.
And what a target it was. The race really did go till the mid game, and then there was sort of that situation where you went, oh, I think it's over. And then to have fate somehow keep us in it, like that's a caster's dream, Matchroom, to have the favorites fall and then just have another person be like, you know what? I think we're still going to keep it close.
Just so close. 26 points. Last Breath also with a big come up. Chapinski's found whatever was working yesterday, managed to duplicate the successes off of it, but Rent Free with those 7 kills, giving them the sigh of relief right now.
Big sigh of relief. So that is the match results. Chapinski's does come and put up some numbers. Last Breath as well. It was good. I've been enjoyed watching Chapinski's play this entire time, so I do hope that when they make their return, it's going to be with fireworks. But let's take a look at that overall leaderboard, because it's time for us to see which 3 teams will be joining the other 13 who've already made it through. Pest Control, Duel, and Rent Free will be your 3 survivors of one of the harder days of PUBG that I have watched. Team Fate, also known as And What It Takes, fall so, close but short. Gibson, that's gotta be brutal.
Just a matter of points, right? What It Takes had it in their hands for just a moment's time, and it was ripped away. Also known as, remember what we said at the start, it was like they had it in their hands. They were in 3rd place going into the final map, and again, ripped away. For Rent Free, there was a moment when Jam died and you're thinking, this is it, they're done, they're out. Bizzler was even surprised, but everything just went their way with teams falling. And you gotta say it, 3 of the strongest teams in the lobby are progressing through to join the other 13 top teams in the Americas.
And I love seeing Rent Free in a final, Matt. I think them, duel I'm used to seeing. I think Rent Free and Pest Control could bring a lot of fun to the final next week.
Yeah, and I'm just going to give a shout out to Team Fate and the push at the end. That was a crazy game, and I don't know if they were capable of tracking how many kills that Rent Free got. There's a world where Team Fate might have thought that they managed to get it just off of the performance inside that game, but Rent Free's couple of kills just give them enough. But Team Fate, respect, man. You guys played one hell of a game here right at the end of it. Duplicate that in 2 weeks, and I guarantee you we won't be seeing you at this stage. I just cannot even wait to see these teams and what they've now learned off of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is what it is. It's a learning stage, and the upside is next weekend is finals, but then we go back to another PAS group stage the weekend after. So there is a chance to put some learning into effect, to take the next week off, watch the ones who beat you, learn what they're doing, and come back and fight stronger. Because I'll be honest, one of the hardest things is to be the big dog in front, because everybody is watching, learning, and figuring out how to beat you. But here are the finals. These are the teams that will be taking the field next weekend in 15 matches. This is a far more traditional PUBG Esports look. Gibson.
It is. It's going to be 15 matches. We lose 3. It's not quite the 18, but it's 3 days to work out who will be your PAS 1 champions. Now, the big thing about it is it's all about the PGC points now. All of these teams putting themselves in a really good position to get a whole bunch of them next weekend. And man, you look at it, there's not a single team there that doesn't deserve to be there based on their performances over the weekend. And I'm really happy that Pest Duel and Rent Free made it. When you look at the teams we have, this is the strongest lobby we probably could have put out there.
Absolutely. I love that our regional teams got through. I love that our strong, wild cards have made it through. Matt, is there anybody on the list that you were surprised by, or alternatively that you're extremely excited based on what you saw to see them in the next stage?
I just want to see this lobby and see how Athletes of Christ handle it. This is now going to be the quote-unquote strongest iteration of the lobby, where we've seen Athletes of Christ being very dominant through the Cup series and through the qualification round. Now that we get the strongest lobby that's possible, how are they going to handle it?
How will they handle it? We're going to get back here in just a second. We're tabulating. We got the teams that are going through. We're going to try to get ourselves an interview with a member of Pest Control to chat a little bit about the day and maybe even what's going on with those players, because I love that we get to see them a couple times a year, especially K-Mine, who was with us for a very long time in PUBG. In fact, it sounds like he's ready, so let's get him in here. Let's bring in K-Mine from Pest Control to chat with us about a meat grinder of a day and coming out with a dominating win. Congratulations, K-Mine. You guys ended up on the top of the board. Regardless of if it's on the last day or the first day, it's always got to feel good to come out with a win.
Thank you. Yes, it sure feels good.
Awesome. So let me ask you a couple of questions. I'm going to start out. If those of you don't know, okay, who this guy is, you're wrong. Fix it, okay? This is K-Mine. He's been playing with us forever. You may see those mouse pads behind me. Those are signed by every player who did NPL Season 1. It goes all the way back to our first ever event in Oakland. His signatures are on there. That guy helped build this esport. K-Mine, what have you been up to lately, brother?
What have I been up to lately? Well, we've been back in PUBG for a good bit now, maybe a year and a half. I was with Duo last year, as you guys probably remember. Other than that, honestly, dude, I've kind of just been back in PUBG. It's been my main thing, with some streaming on the side. I don't stream a lot of PUBG these days, actually. I'm still on the variety side of things, but I've been grinding a bunch of my time off stream.
Okay, so your variety streaming. Let's take a second. Since you're the guest, you can plug. What do you want these guys to tune in to watch? You won, so if you want to pitch us on your coolest stream you're gonna do this week, tell me, and I promise we'll be there.
I don't really have anything exciting coming up right now, but I'm just streaming a variety of things. But I'm not honestly. I'm gonna say the whole streaming thing has been kind of like something I've been doing for a long time, and something that I haven't been planning on doing for a long time anymore. So it's kind of something I'm taking it easy. I'm doing the PUBG thing, and then once that fades away, I'll kind of move on to next step in life. It's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Hey, we all feel you, my friend. All right, I'll let these two knuckleheads ask a couple questions, and if they don't ask the ones I want to ask, we'll circle back around. Gibson, you get first dibs today.
first off, K-Mind, you made it dramatic anyway. You waited to the very last day to get over the line, and what a way to do it. But my question's going to revolve more around you. So, we met a few months ago at PNC, and you were there and you were like, you know what, Gibson? Being back around this LAN environment really has got the juices flowing again. I want to get back into comp. First of all, how does it feel to be back competing in another PAS again? And what are your kind of thoughts on your team and what your ambitions are for next week?
Okay, that was a long question.
Yeah.
So with the switch to TPP, it's definitely changed a little bit. I was actually really on the fence about whether or not I wanted to keep competing with this because of the whole switch, right? It's a big difference, and obviously not a lot of us were a big fan of it, but it's been an interesting change. It hasn't been as terrible as I expected it to be honest. But it's an adaptation. Ambitions for finals, honestly, we're just gonna see it as like it's gonna be our first real experience with many matches into back-to-back days, because usually there's 5 days and it's over, right? So 15 matches, we're actually gonna get to really test ourselves against good teams and see how we do. We've only been together for about a month and a half, and the only practice we've had is against considerably worse lobbies than what we're gonna be fighting against next week. So it's gonna be exciting to see how we do. We're gonna go as strong as we can. I know we're capable of doing something great. We just have to see if we can, handle the pressure and stay tight and make it work. We'll see.
Thanks.
Matchroom?
First off, hey babe, missed you. Good to see you again. Always good. Following up on this, we've been talking a lot about you. So give us a little bit more of a breakdown on what's going on with the squad dynamics internally. We're talking about the fact that you guys have just been together for a month. We've seen Conf and we've seen the entirety of the squad, from Hot and Spicy, Joshy. All of them have had very strong moments today and throughout this tournament. Like, how does the structure work, and how'd you guys find each other?
So it was an interesting story. I was actually building a team with Roth at first, and then Roth decided to not play. So I ended up with Monty, which was building with Roth and I. And then with Monty, we ended up picking up Adam, and now we're looking for a fourth, which ended up being Conf last minute. But then Monty got invited to a team somewhere in SEA, so he ditched us last minute, so we have to find a new team. And then I remember that Spicy and Josh had asked me if they wanted, if I could join, so we connected with them, and we just made the team very last second. So that's basically how the team happened. It was just last second. We didn't even get to scrim or practice. We just went straight into cups, and that was all the practice we got. And the team dynamics, honestly, it's been pretty good. Conf has been IGLing, which was honestly a surprise, because I didn't know much about him before the tournament started, and he turned out to be really smart. He's a very smart player. He knows a lot about the game, and he's a grinder. You should see the amount of work this guy puts in the game is actually very impressive. So yeah, I'm looking forward to more. The team dynamics has been pretty good. The vibes, sometimes get a little rough when we get bad matches, but overall, it's been good. It's been good for a team that we made last minute. Honestly, I think all of us are pretty satisfied.
That's the most cup structured team I've ever heard. I mean, it's exactly how it goes sometimes, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Very candid. I like that. That's we can always count on you for some honest, real feedback. And I think you're right. A lot of teams struggle with the transition. It hasn't been what I'm hearing across the board. It hasn't been as horrible as some people expected it to be. But there is a massive adjustment of phase. Let me ask you about adjustments, because I think that's something that is relevant here. You are playing with a couple players that have some experience. I won't say at the highest echelon. When you were with Cloud9, I think you played some of the best players in the world at that sort of tier 1 super level. Is there something that you can bring, or is it hard as you sort of make this transition to, and I'm going to call a spade here, I'm not being rude to our teams and our players, but PAS is not necessarily at the same caliber of the international games that you've experienced. How do you square that? Is it a totally different style of play? Are you able to use that experience that you had at that tier 1 level to sort of bring up the teams that you're working with now? Does it have any impact?
That's a good question. I think the game has changed dramatically since I came back. Like, I lived for about 4 years, so not only the level has increased, like the average player is just way better than they used to be. The meta has changed quite a bit. I feel like most people have a decent idea of how to rotate and how to make like basic stuff. Me as a player that's played a lot in the past, I've never been on the IGL side of things. I've been a bit more on keeping the team tight, making sure somebody's watching the back, tracking kill feed, things like that. So it's usually, I think that's where I come in a lot when it comes to keeping this team together, is I make sure that when we convoy, we're tight, somebody doesn't get ahead, somebody's doing something, making sure he's not too greedy. I'm trying to keep people kind of together, and it's a role that I had a lot on my old teams back in the days as well. And kill feed, honestly, kill feed is something that is so underrated, and I keep trying to make sure people do it and help me out with it.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard specific player names of like they're on this team because their kill feed tracking or their overall game knowledge is so high. I do like to hear that. And I think that is something you take away from that level is you know how important it is to stay constricted on a rotation, things that I think some of our pub guys who roll up maybe aren't as comfortable with. So I do love hearing that from you. You earned the day. So if you've got anything you want to say to your fans, if you want to give some information about where you're going or what you're doing or what you're streaming, anything you'd like, this is your stage. Shout outs or call outs.
Listen, I don't know how much to say except thank you for everybody who's watching. I know there's a bunch of people from my stream watching me. I know my parents are watching, my friends. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome. And we'll do what we can in the finals and try to make you proud. Thank you guys. It's nice to talk to you again.
It is wonderful to have you back, K-Mind. I'm rooting for the guys now, whatever you choose to do. If you're back, I will delete the retirement post that I made 4 years ago. I thought you were back for funsies the last year. Now that I know it's hardcore time, Toffees is in your corner, baby. K-Mind, we'll see you around next week. Bring the pain.
Let's go. See you guys.
I love what he said about the way that things have changed. And I think that to me is one of the biggest takeaways. If we go back to the NPL era, right, not to wax too historical or be the old men on the bench, there was, when we started, this skill cap, right? Like you go back to Dre. You guys remember Dre? One of the best mechanical players in the history of PUBG in his time and place. He's doing great now, but I feel like he was an example of where that level of play that K-Mind referenced just kept getting higher and higher and higher, and basic mechanics just don't cut the mustard anymore. So that, I think, has been fascinating to see. I love hearing K-Mind coming back with that sort of old hat knowledge into the new meta. It was pretty cool. It looks like he's adjusting pretty well, Gibson.
He does. Look, I think that he still has a couple of moments where I think maybe things have changed and he isn't quite able to frag the way he used to, but every once in a while, there's that little glimpse where he pops off and you're like, that's the K-Mind I remember from back in the day. Look, he said it himself, there's going to be teething problems. Next week lobby is going to be incredibly tough. But there is always a world where that old magic can be rediscovered, and with Conf calling the shots and playing as well as he's been playing, they're going to be tough. Like, they're not going to be they're not going to be easy targets for anyone in that lobby.
Dude, Conf, what? Matt, he said he just found this guy. He goes bananas with a pistol and 3 pieces a team, has highlight reels left and right. Listen, I'm mad that Roth retired, but if it brings us a Conf, I can deal with it.
I feel like Roth might be a little bit mad that he's retired.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that.
Watching an IGL run around and now starting to frag out, and it's like Roth's like, that's what I always wanted to do, man. This is an interesting environment, and I always do enjoy watching Pest Control. Like, there's something about the way that squad plays. It's always dynamic, but there's never, like, I don't know, a ludicrous push, right? It's like even whenever they're chasing with the pistol and trying to get knocks, there's a logistics that's going on and there's support that's there. Yeah, it's early. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's not just mindless, dumb, let's frag something.
You know what I'm mad about, Gibson? Like, actually, like, mad about now is that I was just told that we were on the cusp of a Monty, K-Mind, Roth +1 roster coming back around and lighten things up, and then it fell apart at the last second. I like what we came up with because these guys looked like a lot of fun. I think there's potential there to grow these players, but knowing that we were that close and it fell apart, that actually makes me mad.
Look, it's sad, but man, like, what an opportunity for Hot and Spicy and Joshy to play in this roster. And I am a little sad because Monty told me he wanted to come play in North America, and he's like, okay, I've got a chance with K-Mind and Roth and Conf. That could be a pretty good roster, but everything happens for a reason, and I think that Joshy and Hot and Spicy have been a really good addition to the team as well, though. So, yes, we can be sad about what we could have had, but what an opportunity it is for the team that we do have.
I'm mad because Roth is my breakfast buddy, you know, and I'm going to miss him. But I do think you're right. Josh and Hot and Spicy have been waiting for their opportunity. They've been workhorses in the division, sort of in the region. If having K-Mind there and sort of bringing in Conf is what they need to take their next step, I'm on board because these guys deserve their shot. So I hope they step up and do it next weekend. That's the show. We got our 16 teams. We come back next weekend with the finals. Both of these chuckles are going to be there, and I think Pora will be stepping in to help out. So it should be a lot of fun with the A team coming in to take that thing. Before we sign out, I love final thoughts. I'm going to start it off. Matchup.
Man, this has been a crazy weekend. This whole, like, 8-5 to 3 teams advancing thing, I'm just You guys good. I'm going to be done from this point forward.
All right, Matchroom is cashing out. Gibson, I know it's early in the morning, but you got to have a final thought.
Look, we had a lot of fun PUBG. I think that today was so much better of a lobby than maybe a lot of people would have thought. And if anything, it means we are going to have a great week. Make sure to tune in. Copenhagen Wolves. Hwin looking to get something back on his old team in finals next week. The storylines write themselves.
The storylines write themselves. We've got drama at the top. Some of those teams not here for the last 2 days, and we might have forgotten about them. We got old legends coming back, new fraggers stepping out. It is going to be an awesome weekend. Do not miss it. Starts Friday, same time, same place. These guys will be here to take you through all the action, and I'll be coming back in 2 weeks' time for another round of qualifiers, because once we finish next weekend, we're running it back, baby! So make sure you set your alarms, you set your calendar, and you spend the next month with PUBG. And until we see you next weekend, you know what I'm going to say. Play more PUBG, y'all. Peace!